Got it. Got it.
Got it.
Okay.
Right button?
Yep, yep.
Blame it on me, John, blame it on me.
Good
Andy,
afternoon.
how are you today?
I would like to welcome you to the special meeting of the Mott Community College Board of Trustees. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I haven't seen Jen's
It's in front of you.
in front of me.
Do you guys have an agenda?
The agenda was what was approved in your last meeting.
I know, but usually we have it in front of us, so we can write on it or whatever.
Well, that's okay. It's, we're here for one reason.
So moved.
Jordan, could you show them what the document looks like?
So if you look at the syllabus that you have provided in the packet, I believe, that's the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes, any nays? The ayes have it. Are there any comments from the public, Jordan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there's been two comments that have been submitted. The first
Okay.
comment that has, sorry, go ahead.
In accordance with Section 1640 of the Meeting Procedure Board Policy states that the board chairperson shall invite the public to address the board. All citizens who wish to address the board or wish to communicate with the board in writing shall identify themselves or the group they represent, if any. They must also state the reason for addressing the board. Citizens addressing the board shall be limited to 5 minutes and making their remarks unless the time is increased or decreased by consent of the board. A brief supporting the remarks made by the citizen may be submitted to the board for its consideration. The comments today can only be related to the reason for the special meeting. Jordan, our first comment.
The first comment has been submitted by Bobby Walton of Davison, Michigan, on the subject of public access. When I first made comment at a meeting of this board, I remind you of laws, regulations, processes, procedures, and these bylaws that govern the board. Today, I remind you of an important bylaw, Bylaw 1241, Commitment to Community Access. General, the board acknowledges the college's responsibility to seek community input from a wide range of community stakeholders on community issues, challenges, and trends. In addition, the board will structure its own meetings and activities to facilitate community access. I am not sure what is on the agenda for today's meeting. There seems to be conflict between the announcement of the meeting and the published agenda. The law does not require you to publish an agenda, however, you have always done so, and your bylaw 1241 encourages community access to your meetings and activities. Clear information would seem to be required to accomplish this. Further, public access to your meetings would seem to require meetings where most of the public would be able to attend. 1 o'clock in the afternoon does not meet this standard under any imagined scenario. So who does this benefit? Today is an important meeting, if I am to believe one of your documents. Maybe you are interviewing candidates for the important job of leading the administration of Mott Mott College. If that is your intention, why was public participation not made possible by scheduling at a better time of day? It is hard to trust that this was done with the public in mind.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Sean Murray of Flint City on the topic of interim president search. I am concerned that the majority of current Board of Trustees is unqualified to conduct the interviews, especially with their lack of adhering to the advice from HR professionals who do this for a living. Not using a scoring rubric is egregious, especially since this is a college. Also, one candidate has little to no higher education experience. Why was she invited to interview Andy? Rest assured, if the most unqualified candidate is offered the position, eyebrows will be raised and the community will take action. The most qualified candidates are Jason Wilson and Dr. Knight, with Jason as the best choice given his knowledge of the college and its culture and resources. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. The interview for interim president candidates. Our first candidate this afternoon is Dr. Diana Phillips. Could we please escort her down?
Mr. Chair, I believe the first interview is not until 1:30. I think this, oh, she's here? Okay. Okay. She'll be available in 1 second.
I wasn't at the last meeting. What order are we asking questions?
Make sure she knows how to turn on the microphone, please. Michael? You're going to do questions 1 and 2. Three and 4, those are yours, John. Art, you're going to be 5 and 6. Seven and 8 will be Wendy. 9 and 10, Jeff. 11 and 12, Sue. I'll take 13 and 14. Do you have the questions in front of you, Doctor? Personnel? We were to place the questions in front of the candidates while we did the interview.
I don't think that,
We did vote on that.
I don't think you voted to allow that.
Pardon?
I thought we voted not to do that.
Right, you voted not to do that. You voted not to do that.
Okay, I'm
That's-
sorry, we can't do that. Thank you.
You're right.
Okay. Welcome. On behalf of the Mott Community College Board of Trustees, I welcome you. I would like to introduce you to the Board of Trustees. To my left is Trustee Freeman. To his left is Trustee Daly, and then to his left is Trustee Reyes. To your left, my right, at the end of the table, is Trustee Wolcott. To her left is Trustee Swanson, and then to his left is Sue Couch, also Janet Couch. I'm Andy Overman. I'm the chair of the board. The Board of Trustees have created a list of questions that we will be asking you. The questions are pre-agreed by the board and vetted by the board attorney, so the process will be the same for all candidates. Each trustee will ask 2 questions, and you will have 5 minutes to answer each question. Our board coordinator, the gentleman behind me, will serve as our timekeeper, and I believe you can see the clock so that you'll know where you are in the questions. Where did the clock go? Sorry, I was resetting. Okay. Do you have any questions for us before we get started? Okay.
No, I don't.
The microphone will usually
It's to
have
be
a
on.
green on it. Perfect.
Okay, no, I
Okay.
don't have any questions.
Okay. Make sure you speak into the microphone so everybody can hear you. Thank you. Trustee Freeman?
Mr. Chair, sorry, real quick, I just want to emphasize the 1 hour and 10-minute interview. Use your discretion.
For about 35 years in various positions, from beginning instructor to department head, I have been on numerous committees. I've also, for over 30 years, been very active in the government or governance of the American Chemical Society, which is the world's largest professional organization for chemists and chemical engineers. Currently, they have 200,000 members or over that, and members in 140. I've had a vast amount of leadership training and experience. I would also bring a fresh view to what's happening here at Mott. I don't have a preconceived ideas, although I was a student and graduated last December from Mott Culinary Institute. But I would be able to view Mott and everything here with fresh eyes and bring my experience from my other endeavors, as well as different places I've traveled and different populations I've interacted with.
Any follow-up questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll move on to the next question.
Okay.
Describe your prior relationship working with or reporting to a board. What are some of the key things you would do to build a strong working relationship with the Board of Trustees?
Okay, well, I've reported to boards, I have been on boards, and I've been president of boards many times. I don't believe you got my full resume. It's 13 pages long. Or you did? I see, perhaps. Okay, the one important thing about dealing with anybody, whether it's a board or just an individual, is to be transparent and honest, to make the person or the other members heard, make them feel like even though you won't agree with them, that you heard what they said and you respect their opinion. I think that's vital to working with anybody. Also, solicit my experience. I've put together boards. I've put together a group where we started the chemical engineering degree program at Kettering, and I selected faculty from both mechanical engineering and chemistry to work together to piece that together and got it through. I did that when I was department head of the chemistry and biochemistry department. And right now, that's the second most popular degree program at Kettering. How do I work with a board? Respectfully. I think anyone who's donating their time or effort or being paid to be there even deserves to know what's really happening and deserves to be able to give input. I think everyone's input is important and should be heard, should be actually considered. But good reasons for not using that input should also be provided.
Are there any follow-up questions?
We didn't decide that we were doing follow-up
You
questions.
can do
but
follow-up
thank you very
questions.
much.
If we want a further articulation of
Question
what point
number
was
3.
made. Point that was made.
Trustee
Point of order. Point of
Taylor?
order, please. Chair, please, point of order.
Trustee
Point of
Daley, do you
order.
have any questions
Point
today?
of order. Point of order. It is commonplace that you actually are able to do follow-up questions if there's any question about or anything that we want to know further about
Trustee
the
Daley,
question which was
do you
given.
have any
It's still the same
questions today?
question. Board Chair, can I have from our attorney, it is appropriate if there is lack of clarity, is it not? As long as it relates to the question.
So, you guys voted on the questions to be asked. I believe that in our informal discussions, it was discussed that if there was a logical follow-up question because of the response provided, that would be allowed, but that would be the decision of the whole board to decide at this point in time.
However, we didn't on the document, so that's what I'm going by. We simply have the questions with no follow-up.
Right. We had a discussion earlier today where we had this discussion about the idea of reasonable follow-up questions, and from what I understood, there was not going to be any objections to those. But if I'm mistaken and I misunderstood our questions, then my suggestion is you put it to the whole board for a vote as to whether or not you would have reasonable follow-up questions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would it be acceptable to everybody to hold the secondary questions until the end to make sure we get through all the questions? And then if you've got follow-up questions, no, you want them right at that time?
It probably makes sense because it's just, I don't think it's really drawn out process. I think it's something we can just, if there's a simple question that you have related to the main question, which was an
I have no
articulation.
problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
Without objection from the rest of the board, if there are follow-up questions, the trustee that asked the question will ask if there are follow-up questions, and then we will go from there. Is that acceptable to each of us?
Yeah.
I see nodding from everybody, so that's the way we'll do it henceforth. Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Chair,
Trustee,
I would recommend that the time that we've got on the stop clock while we're discussing this not be counted against the candidate's
Mr. Daley, we give them 5 minutes on each thing, so the time would not hurt, and we did start early. So we are well within the time to cover it for them.
Mr. Chair.
So as I understand it then, the candidate that's up here interviewing will not be penalized for the discussions that we've had prior
No,
to
they
that.
will not
Thank
be
you.
penalized.
Mr. Chair? Point of
Yes, Jordan.
Just a point of clarification. So I did stop the time, however, it did come shortly, or it didn't come exactly at the moment of discussion by the board. It's at 1 hour and 3 minutes and 42 seconds. So it's probably roughly around 1:05 total that she has left, that Dr. Diana has left.
Very good. Trustee Daly.
We started this discussion with you at a follow-up. Want to ask about follow-up? When are we asking that?
You're asking question 3. Your questions are
I
question
understand
3
that.
and 4.
I'm confused now because we had questions 1 and 2.
Yes.
Question 2 was answered. Trustee Freeman indicated he had a follow-up question that was related to question 2.
Well, I did not personally. I was asking everybody
okay.
else.
All right.
If no one does,
Okay.
then we can move on to 3.
Okay, this is, my question really falls on the answer to one that you made previously, and I apologize for the delay. Can you describe a situation that you've had, in which you've had to make a very difficult decision that was not popular but was in the best interest of the organization?
Let me think. That is a very interesting question. I can go back to chemical engineering again. It was something, excuse me, that I agreed, I went to the provost with and got his approval to move forward. And then I went to the department head of mechanical engineering and brought these people. The resistance I had was from the chemists. Chemists were adamant. They didn't want to teach those people. And I couldn't understand it. But I still proceeded. It was really hard to get it through the faculty senate because they have to approve those things at Kettering. But eventually we got it through. And as I said, it's the second most popular degree program. And I'm very proud of that.
Thank you. How would you work with businesses to ensure that our students are best prepared for local employment opportunities?
I have worked with many businesses in many different situations. At Kettering, at least when I started there, I was there 30 years, we had every student being part of a co-op program where they worked and did research with companies in the area, or sometimes even foreign companies. We would seek them out, interact with them, see what they needed, see what we could provide them, because we'd have to place the students in these various positions. And I've also had some time in industry, so I have a little familiarity way back in the beginning of my PhD career. But I work with a lot of people in the American Chemical Society who actually are from industry and various businesses and labs. So that goes for chemists, chemical engineers, and other technical people. I have, as I said, been a student here at Mott. I have my professional cooking certificate, and I learned a lot. Learned it was very hard to be in the kitchen. They work hard, so they don't get tips, but they work hard. So I'm looking at, see if I remember what my question was. It was how to get jobs for the students. Well, it's very important to talk to the people who would be hiring the students, because you want to have something that they would demand or have a need for that you're offering. But, so you want to have some dialogue going back and forth there. Now, in addition to that, you need to offer something the students want to do. And in addition to that, as much as I was horrified when I was looking up statistics, the average starting pay for a Mott graduate is $20,000 a year. That comes out to about $10 an hour. So I think we really need to work on boosting what we offer so that students can get higher paying jobs upon graduation, something that would make them think maybe it's worthwhile to go to college. You know, because without college, you go to some of the fast food places and make $30,000 a year at $15 an hour. So it's very important not only to find the right employment for the students, but at things that are not beneath some educated person's abilities.
Thank you. Before we go forward from question 3 and 4, are there any follow-ups that any of you would like to ask regarding those? Yes, Mr. Daly.
I have a question that I'd like to pose to you, and that's that Mott has to strike a balance in what it offers its students between vocational education and the traditional educational packages. And today's environment, where there is frankly a great deal of monetary value associated with jobs that in the past have been considered to be not manual, but below the professional level. How do you recruit, or how do you convince businesses that they should pay this, the increased wages?
I wish I had the magic answer. How do you convince a business? Well, it depends on what job they're looking for. If you need something done that someone with a 6th grade education could do, you don't want to try to hire someone who's too educated for that and has spent too much time and money and blood, sweat, and tears getting a certificate or a degree. Certainly that's important. But what we look at offering, and I know we have a wide range of offerings here, is ways to intertwine what we have into something that would produce a higher income for these students, because you have to give students a reason to want to come here. And there are many things you need to do for them. You need to make it a welcoming place, something that at the end of their education, they're going to be seeing a value. And for many, we have to overcome the idea that a student might have that they're not capable of going on to higher education. And so it's very important. We want something they can get excited about. We have to go to the employers, because that's the end of this, although many people are entrepreneurs. And maybe they're not wanting to go work for somebody else. I spent about 30 years being a core career consultant for the American Chemical Society, where I'd go to every national meeting, some regional meetings, and teach people how to write their resume, how to write their cover letter, and do mock interviews with them. And some people, I've learned through that, just really don't want a career with somebody else. They're go-getters who are independent. So anyway, back to your question. Convincing businesses to pay more. Well, some businesses, frankly, cannot pay more. Small restaurants are closing, even large ones, well established. Other businesses, with all the emphasis on increasing pay, can't afford to hire more people. So it's economy driven, but we want to hopefully find areas that the students will actually be rewarded for their time they spend here and feel that they've actually really accomplished something terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Raz, before you start, without objection from the board, when we have the follow-up questions asked, we will limit the answer to 1 minute. That way we don't make the future candidates wait till later in the day. We stay on our schedule then. Is that okay with everyone?
No.
Okay.
No.
It's not okay with you?
No, I think that, for instance, she gave us an in-depth answer to the follow-up question that was more than a minute. She has the overall time.
using that time for the questions, I believe, is incumbent upon the interviewee.
Okay, then I take your opinion, and I also think we need to consider that. So I saw you folks over there shaking the minute was okay. I would ask that you reflect on Mr. Reyes's comment and that we give the trust or the candidate the full follow-up 5 minutes.
I just want to make sure we get through all the questions. You know, if she has a question that she answers in 30 seconds, you know, 5 minutes here or there is not going to matter.
Okay.
You know,
So
I just would
is
like to
it
make
okay
sure we
with you?
get through all the questions.
Is it okay with you that we give them an additional 5 minutes for a follow-up question?
Yeah, that's fine. with
Okay,
me.
very good.
Yeah.
Mr. Trustee Reyes?
Good afternoon, Dr. Phillips. How do you define student success, and what process would you recommend to improve the success rate of the student body?
Okay, how do I define student success? Mainly, my definition of success is, are you happy and feel good about yourself? And here at Mott or any other academic institution, you want them to feel that they actually can accomplish what's asked of them. And that brings me back to an answer I gave earlier. Students have to feel they can achieve. And some students just don't feel that. I know in my life, I have 3 different people who independently at different times just made a 1-sentence comment that drastically changed my direction. And it was all about, going to college. My mother, I was that big, told me I was going to college. I didn't know what it was, I was going, because my mom kept telling me. Later in college, I had a professor, when I was going to drop out, say, "You're not a quitter." And then in graduate school, my oldest son was 9 years old then, and I came home and said, "I'm going to quit and get a job." And he goes, "Oh, Mom, you've worked so hard and so long, you can't quit now." How do you quit after your son tells you that? So here I am. I'm proud of my PhD, but how do I define success? That's such an individual thing. But for a college, success is they're moving along, they're learning, they're meeting people, and they're expanding their mind.
The second part of that question was, what process would you recommend to improve the success rate of the student body?
What I would do is I like to look at the ones that are on the cusp, who are going to fall away. Have things that they can be successful in. Have them do some projects or things that aren't necessarily earth-shattering, but something they could feel proud of. Because once you feel proud of your abilities, they'll take you a lot farther. And this isn't for the students who are already here. For a while now, I've been putting together a outreach program for maybe junior high students. And unlike all the other ones I've worked on and taught in that are for the most qualified students, I would aim it at those who are considering dropping out of junior high. Have a program where we can encourage them to believe in themselves. Not real hard things, but show them, yes, you can do math. It's this easy at the beginning. Or you can do some engineering over here. Or you can play an instrument. Or build a car. Anyway, that's my idea, is making the student want to learn, because anyone can learn if they want to. And if they don't, you can't force them.
Okay. Next question, unless there's a follow-up.
Any follow-ups, trustees? Seeing none?
How do you see the role of intercollegiate athletic programs and student success?
Well, I'm not a big expert in that because I'm anything but athletic. But I have noticed the Bears are doing pretty good. So I know those who are in those programs have that sense of accomplishment and teamwork. It's a very educational experience. And to be successful, again, you have to feel good about yourself. I think it has a place in academia. I'm not a fan of the huge universities, that it's mainly a cash cow. But for the students, I could see it being very rewarding and help them to want to achieve. If they can achieve in that area, then again, they'll be probably encouraged to achieve in other areas. Now, the bad part is, what if you have someone who isn't achieving and they want to do that and they get so downtrodden and feel like they're not any good? Well, hopefully coaches, you get right in there and you talk them up, give them something they can do and do well, and praise them. I'm done.
Thank you.
Are there any follow-ups, trustees, on that question? Seeing that. Trustee Walcott?
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. What is the role of the board audit/finance committee?
Well, I would say, since you said audit finance, they oversee the money. When you audit something, you're verifying that all the books and the records of financial input and output are correct and legitimate. So the finance committee, I would say, oversees the finances of the university as any other would. But that is an important position, because you can't function if you're not spending your money wisely, or there's an issue with where it's allocated, how much, and what you need to do with it.
Thank you. The next question. What key performance indicators would you monitor for the management and leadership of the college?
Key performance indicators. Well, ideally, I'd like to talk to each and every person individually. Performance details. Well, once you know what the job is and what is supposed to be done in that job, you want to find out if that's happening. I would like to bring each person in and say, well, tell me about your job. What are you supposed to do? How's it going? Do you have what you need to perform this at the level you would like to? Because sometimes people are put in a position where they're not given something they would really need to shine. I think it's very important to know what they're supposed to be doing, how they're supposed to be doing it, what they need to do the job, and if they just basically, from all indications, are not performing. Or I could tell you the story of why I left IBM. I think that fits here nicely. I was performing, by the way. I was at IBM as a chemist during their largest employee time in history. It was the late 80s. And I would go to work, and so many people were on a permanent coffee break in the hallway. They'd come in, clock in, get coffee, and they'd stand in the hall and talk till it was quitting time, which was very discouraging. So that's when I left, and I went to Rose-Hulman, that's another private engineering school in Indiana, and left industry. You don't want too many people hanging around, not doing a job, not having anything to do, and not being held accountable for their behavior. There's an issue there. I'm sorry, did I answer your question? What was it?
You went around it a little bit.
Oh, do you want to direct?
Do you want me to repeat it again, you guys, or no? No? Okay, we'll move to the next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move on, are there any follow-up questions by the trustees on items 7 and 8? Seeing none, we will now move on to Trustee Swanson.
Hi.
Hi.
What are the most important characteristics that you are looking for when you explore our campus?
Characteristics? Well, I would like the infrastructure to be in sound condition, and that would go from everything from sidewalks to air conditioning or heat. That's, while I'm walking around exploring, those maybe could be pretty obvious. I would like accessibility, and I'm pretty sure we have that here at Mott. As I'm walking around exploring, do you have like a push me in the right direction here?
Well, there's another part to that question is, how would you make the assessments
How would
Yeah.
I make the assessments?
on what
Okay.
you're looking for is when you tour the campus?
I would like to see happy employees and students. That counts for quite a bit. That people aren't just on their permanent coffee break, there's something wrong, you need more work. Walking around, looking at the campus. I'm at a loss there. I don't know which direction to go on that. So if you can help me out.
I think I don't think I can help you out on that, but we'll go on to the next question.
Okay, because
Okay?
I don't know what I should be looking for exactly.
All right. Please discuss your fundraising experience and related accomplishments.
Okay, I have done fundraising for political campaigns. I have done fundraising for Zonta, which is a women's organization that started when Kiwanis wouldn't let women in. It's philanthropic, where we've raised money. I've been involved from very beginning to the end of our going out and raising money for worthy causes. I am familiar with how to fundraise, and I'm also familiar with there should be a team or at least one or two individuals employed here who actually has that as their assignment, because then they would be experts in the fundraising. I believe the president is to oversee everything and to make sure that things are working. I believe in having the best people in the positions under the president, the real workers, so they can be counted on to perform their jobs and do it well. And that's my answer. Anything else?
Are there
Well,
any
thank you.
follow-up to questions 9 and 10 by the trustees? Yes, trustee Daley.
I have a question, or a follow-up to your response on the last question. What do you see as being the relationship between the interim president and the board of trustees?
Oh, my God. I
Uh,
think,
Right,
oh.
I'm going to direct you not to
Getting
answer
ahead?
that question.
Okay, I have an answer when it
That
comes up.
later on, John. That question comes up later on in our document here.
Where?
I could be mistaken then. That was one of the questions we originally had.
It's not in here. It's good.
It's not in here now, sorry. But
We all make
now,
mistakes.
if you'd repeat the question, and then she can answer it.
No, I just wanted you to talk a little bit about what you saw as being the relationship between an interim president and the board of trustees.
Well, I think it should be an open and honest relationship. In the beginning, it's almost like we're married. We should get to know each other and understand each other. And obviously, as I said before, working with any group, listening to each other and valuing any input any individual has, because it might be the best thing that no one else thought of. But I expect a very friendly, honest, active interaction with the Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other follow-ups? Seeing none. Trustee Couch?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. My first question would be, in the current strategic plan, What elements did you find conducive to improved performance? Did you identify other areas for improvement?
I'll have to admit I did not read the current strategic plan. I was under the impression that it was going to be revisited, but I did not read that, so I can't give you a particular answer. Is there some specific area you would like me to address?
No, that's fine. I'll just go on to the second question.
Okay.
Please give us an example of innovative technology that you have implemented in your current or prior position.
Well, let's see. I'll just go to the big piece of instrumentation that I wrote a grant proposal to the American Science Foundation or the National Science Foundation, and got the proposal approved and funded. I brought a surface analysis instrument to Kettering, which was something in my area. I'm a surface chemist, and that means studying surfaces between any two phases. So it was an X-ray photoelectron spectrophotometer, and basically it allows the investigation of the very top surface of solids and identify what is going on there chemically. Usually it's attached to a scanning electron microscope where you can kind of see, but I think that was a good indication of something that we didn't have before, and I think we were the first undergraduate institution to obtain one of those instruments for our students to do research with.
Trustees, are there any follow-up to the past two questions? Seeing none. The next question. Please describe your experience working in a unionized environment and what you have done to ensure the successful working relationship.
Well, that's going to be rather short for me. I have never worked in a unionized environment, but twice during my time at Kettering, faculty, and I was involved with this, organized to try to get a union started. I can see a very important reason for unions, but I can also see abuse of some of the things that end up afterwards. Starting a union for people means they're dissatisfied with their conditions. They don't feel they're being paid well, maybe not being paid attention to. And in my opinion, in academia, the reason faculty typically want a union is because they're not being listened to and treated like they're expendable, and obviously have lower salaries than the administrators. So when you're not respected, let's get that union. I know there's a union here. I try to work fairly with all groups, and that would also be union members and representatives. It's important that their concerns are heard. Again, that's my major theme here. Listen to the concerns of the people. And if you can't meet them, have enough information to explain to them so they understand why that you cannot do that. But unions are very popular in this part of Michigan and many other places. So I don't have any experience right now, but that doesn't mean I can't get it.
Thank you. How would you address and measure student and public safety on our campus?
Well, obviously, I would assume Mott, like most other colleges, has a report that goes out maybe monthly, maybe daily, about safety. I have noticed that the warnings that go out to students about active shooters, people looking like they're going to rob you, that goes out to their cell phones whenever it happens. I really appreciate that. That's great information. Also, it's reported to students when need be. That could be daily whenever something happens. What happened and what's going on. Safety is very important. If you don't have a safe environment, I can't think of anybody except people who love to play on the edge, wanting to be there. If you work in a chemistry lab, as I have for many, many years, there are a variety of things in there that could really hurt you. Chemically, you have to make sure things are not where they shouldn't be. They shouldn't come in contact. We have sheets of descriptions of each chemical that someone buys, even if it's for washing the windows, that tell you the hazards and what to store it next to and whatnot, and various temperatures. If the temperatures change and something is supposed to be kept cold, you need to have a backup for that. I know we had explosion-proof refrigerators to put things in, maybe a generator to keep those things running so that you're going to at least eliminate that. If you go into the other part of this building and see all that wonderful equipment, certainly there's ample opportunity to have something dangerous go on if people aren't paying attention. So I would have to say, investigating what needs to be done, making sure it can be done, making sure the people in charge of the equipment and or chemicals are following the protocol and are very vigilant in while our students are working with it and even while the person who's in charge is working with it. It only takes a second or less to have some horrible tragedy occur.
Thank you very much. Do any of the trustees have a follow-up to the past two questions? Seeing none. Thank you for submitting your resume and coming in for the interview today. Do you have any questions for us?
Well, you do have my resume, right? And my cover letter. I hope you look at the first paragraph in the cover letter and the last. I think that overall says who I am. But I have a question. It looks like I have a lot of time. What is the most challenging condition or particular thing that Mott is being challenged with now? What's the thing that really needs help?
As our former chair had said, should we decide to hire you, we will go through and assist you with understanding all of that, because I don't want to get off script and somebody inadvertently be allowed to use that has not been interviewed at this point.
Oh, okay. Okay, what's the thing?
Without objection from the board, do you agree with doing that? If we want to answer that question, we can. But I know what one of the former chairs did when I was first a trustee when we did interviews. Michael, you look like you're ready to say something.
Well, I think it's no secret, it's been discussed at many board meetings that enrollment has been an issue, post-pandemic enrollment, getting back to normal levels. I would say funding, lack of state funding, that's been a huge issue for us as well. That just does not keep up. So the financial realities of operating the college and being able to deliver academic excellence, I would say those things are all pretty much, but it's not unique to our college. It's pretty
universal across academia.
Correct.
That's sad, and we have to get in there and see how we can change it. And I wouldn't put off input by students as to how this could be accomplished, because they know a lot. Let's see. Okay, what is the thing that you're most proud of about Mott Community College? What would the one thing be that you say, wow, look what we have, nobody else or does it as well as we do? Is there anything there? Not one that just jumps out.
Trustee Daly, you looked as if you'd like to answer that question.
And I can only speak for myself, okay? But I would tell you that the thing that jumps out at me the most is the personnel that we have associated at the college, both administrative and academic. That's to me where you can have all the equipment, hardware / software equipment, but if you don't have teachers and administrators that are dedicated to producing a student, a product out the other side that has been exposed to a high value educational experience, then we don't do what we're supposed to do. So I would have to say that I think the biggest, richest thing that we have to help the students here through are the people that they come in contact with during the Mott experience.
Thank you.
I will follow that up with, I personally love our college. I love our campus. I love the excellent education and training we give our students. We offer opportunities. We are basically the crown jewel of Genesee County. Having said that, there is much whitewater ahead for this college. As Trustee Freeman pointed out regarding the enrollment and finances for the future. We all have many things we love here, but there are also many obstacles that will confront this board and the future interim and president of this college.
Okay, thank you.
Something that jumps out to me, that I'm a new trustee here for a year now, was I was a part of the 100th year celebration. I know Dale Wayhill had led that on. That was really special to be a part of that, where the community had came together. That was something that really special.
Okay.
Are there any other? Once again, thank you very much, and
Okay.
we will notify you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day. Our next interview is scheduled for 2:30. If our candidate is here and we would like to move that forward after a short recess, would you like to have a short recess, trustees?
Yes, please.
Okay. So let's come back and at about 5 to 10 after 2, no later than 10 after 2, and we'll move forward. Thank you. Trustees, we are now back in session.
You don't have Jordan.
I know. I thought that would get his attention. Jordan, is our next candidate ready? Welcome. On behalf of the Mott Community College Board of Trustees, I welcome you. I would like to introduce you to the Board of Trustees. To my left, your right, is Trustee Freeman. To his left is Trustee Daly. And then just to your right is Trustee Reyes. To your left, my right, is Trustee Wolcott. To her left is Trustee Swanson, and then Trustee Couch. I'm Andy Everman, the chair of the board. The Board of Trustees have created a list of questions that we will be asking you. The questions are pre-agreed by the board and vetted by the board attorney, so the process will be the same for all candidates. Each trustee will ask 2 questions, and you will have 5 minutes to answer each question. Our board coordinator behind me will serve as our timekeeper, and there will be a clock that you can keep track of your time with. Do you have any questions for us before we get started?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Jordan.
I'd like to state again that the totality of the meeting is 1 hour and 10 minutes, 5 minutes being for each question, totaling 14. Each totaling for 14 questions. Use your discretion as you proceed.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What? I can't hear you. How do you use this microphone? I apologize for that. So the interview will go 1 hour and 10 minutes. Each question we'll have 5 minutes for. And we'll begin with Trustee Freeman with the first 2 questions.
Good afternoon. Why do you want to be interim president, and what skills and experience do you offer?
Well, thank you, Trustee Freeman. Thank you, Board of Trustees, this opportunity to speak with you today regarding this very important position. Two reasons really come to mind, and we'll kind of talk about my skills too in that regard. The first is continuity. Anytime you have a CEO transition, one of the key things that you want to try to have is some degree of continuity within the college. And so with my current position, prior to the acting interim president position, as you know, I'm the vice president of student academic success and have a wonderful team that can continue to lead the day-to-day operations of the college as we move into the next year. I've also been very fortunate and would like to take this opportunity to thank the board for its support in this acting role, and certainly have gotten a lot of support from the community, the local business community, from the citizens of the community, from our faculty, staff, and students at the college community. That has been very humbling and just pleasing to know the support that I have from who we serve. In terms of skill set, I have the requisite experience and knowledge to do this role. I've done this role in a previous institution. I know that the role really involves setting the stage for the incoming president and continuing the day-to-day operations of the college. That really is the nuts and bolts of the role. We try to keep our strengths strong. We try to shore up any weaknesses or gaps that we have during this search process. Certainly in working with the board, having an abundant amount of communication with the board around what's happening at the day-to-day level, which I'm sure we'll talk about more. But in essence, that really represents my thoughts on that question.
Describe your prior relationship working with or reporting to a board. What are some of the key things you would do to build a strong working relationship with the Board of Trustees?
So I've had the great fortune of working with you. I certainly have worked with boards in the Houston Community College system. Communication and an awareness of the board's priorities and what the board as a whole and what individual board trustees want to accomplish really drives that relationship. It puts me in a position where I can work with those trustees, work with the board chair, in terms of executing the priorities that they have at a given time. And I think keeping the channels of communication open allow for really that collaborative muscle. I'm prone to say that collaboration is a muscle. It needs to be flexed. You need to communicate and talk, evaluate. Are we getting done what we're trying to get done? What's missing? Those types of conversations really are key to there. I also know that, and I've said this to the board before, that your role in a governance as a governing body really is helping guide and shape that direction and entrusting the college to really carry out the day-to-day operations. I do think that the board has a critical role in that in terms of being aware of those decisions and providing input and guidance in those decisions. And that is something that is important to keep balance and to keep clarity around how we both serve the institution.
I do have a follow-up. I'm happy that you brought up the interim nature of this and kind of understanding that this is a different assignment than like a general presidential search. What would you say for anyone coming into this position? What is the biggest challenge around that interim space? about, what would anyone coming in this position be challenged with, and why do you feel that you actually have the requisite skill sets to fill that interim capacity?
Yeah, it's a great question. The main challenge is the transition and essentially learning a new institution. Most spaces and times where you have a succession from one CEO to the permanent CEO, that process is done in a way to where that president gives a notice of maybe a year or so out, and the board can work with, a requisite search firm so that the handoff is more seamless. When you have circumstances like ours where you don't have that amount of time in terms of building that seamless transition, to bring in someone who doesn't have the internal working and knowledge of the college creates a second transition on top of the transition that has to occur anyway in terms of moving from interim to permanent. So my internal knowledge here, working with you, understanding the the operational footprint of the college, being inside of the community, that puts me at a what I would characterize as an advantage to bring in an outsider at this point for this time. And I think that's something that if the board does go in that direction, we're going to have to really onboard someone, which creates another transition as we move to do that. It's very possible to do that. Sometimes that's the best thing to do, to be very honest with you. But to sit here today, this is my way of saying that I think it's in the best interest of the college as a whole to continue with the continuity of me filling the role.
Thank you. The next question will be done by Trustee Daly.
Can you describe a situation where you had to make a difficult decision that was not popular, but yet was in the best interest of the organization?
Yeah,
and don't tell me every day.
I never have to do that. Yeah. I think, Trustee, we all, and my colleagues behind me, were really faced with that during the pandemic. The pandemic was really a difficult time for us operationally. And one of the main skills that you need when you're facing difficult decisions is the ability to create consensus and the ability to create an opportunity for as many voices as possible to be heard and to be validated as you're looking at that problem. And to, at the same time, allow for your initial solution or your initial action to be fluid enough to where you can evaluate how that decision is going and make the requisite changes as you need to make them. We had to decide on how to operate this school. Do we open? Do we not open? Do we open at 6 feet versus 3 feet? Do we, do we have certain programs in person versus remote? This particular building where the curriculum is very much predominantly in person, we made some tough decisions from the initial release about operating these courses hybrid or even remotely when the faculty were very, and rightly so, very concerned that the level of instruction and the level of skill acquisition would suffer if we weren't in a hands-on space. So I think reaching or having consensus, making sure there's transparency around the decisions that you're making, and being, really, again, honest about this was kind of why we did this. This was how we're measuring whether or not it made sense. Here's where maybe we could have done something differently. I'm very proud of the fact that at the end of everything related to the pandemic, we sent an employee survey, and I believe the number was close to 70% of the employees supported the administration, the leaders, in how we handled the pandemic. And that's just a great number and a great indication of the fact that it wasn't 100%, but we were, I think, effective in that.
That's a good answer to a question, but that wasn't really the question I was asking. The question that I'm driving at is, as an administrator leader, you have to make sometimes a decision that the majority doesn't go along with, and you have to make that decision in light of what's best for the organization. And perhaps either by providing a little more detail on what you described earlier, or giving me another example, you could better address that. Thank you.
So, I would say, let's stay specific with the pandemic. In March of 2020, we had to make the decision, and I had to make the instructional decision on whether to reopen the school after spring break. And the students, the faculty, largely wanted us to close the school and discontinue any instruction for the duration of the winter semester. We, myself and a team of individuals, declined that as an option and met with the faculty union around standing up our online offerings in a much more robust way. We got pushback from that, from the faculty union, and reached consensus with them around how we would do that by providing resources to the faculty, specifically, as in creating home offices for the faculty to do that. We gave robust amounts of training to the faculty that they had never had on utilizing our online shell. And we deployed several other specific measures to support the decision that we still had an obligation to educate our students. We weren't just going to close. We weren't just going to stop being a school. We were going to exhaust every option to make sure that we move forward. That wasn't popular. I can tell you that wasn't popular. Okay, yeah.
The fourth question in our series is, how would you work with businesses to ensure that our students, both while they're students and as graduates, are prepared for local business employment opportunities?
Sure. So, again, one of the great things about being an internal candidate is I'm very aware of all the relationships that we have with our businesses. And so I have business leaders reaching out to me right now for meetings to just make sure that we touch base and understand what relationships they have for hiring our students. So in this interim role, I would keep the seats warm that we've already established in terms of those relationships and monitor any emerging fields or trends in this process and bring those to the board for consideration in terms of establishing new partnerships. Because we know things move very quickly. We can't afford to just sit still for the duration of hiring a permanent president. But fortunately, we won't have to really establish new partnerships because we're anchored into the community very well, seen as quite a leader in terms of that space.
I have a follow-on.
Do we have any follow-ups? Yes, John.
In light of your response to question 4, how do you see what do you see as being the role of the faculty in the ensuring that our students are prepared for local employment opportunities, and how does that integration between the administration and the faculty occur?
Several ways. The primary vehicle is the various advisory boards that are made up of industry professionals that help shape our curriculum and make sure that curriculum is current. Our faculty and our deans do a great job of connecting with community and making sure that the kind of instruction that's happening in the classroom prepares our students for working, in those fields. So the faculty, both in program development and certainly the initiation and the development of programs, one email or note I was given today lauded the state for record hiring in construction building. I saw that from Whitmer's office today. As you know, 3 months ago, we relaunched our building and construction programming because we had that information, re-energized the advisory group, and are now prepared to launch that program in the fall.
And the faculty was involved in
And
that?
the faculty is, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Trustees, are there any other questions regarding question 3 and 4? Seeing none, Trustee Reyes?
Good afternoon, Jason. How do you define student success, and what process would you recommend to improve the success rate of the student body?
Well, thank you. And, I define student success as one student at a time achieving the goals that they came to college to achieve, and putting them on a path to changing their lives and supporting them all the way through. For us, that is paramount in them achieving credentials. And so the main way we measure that is in the retention and the persistence of our students graduating and getting employed as well. That's a part of that too. And so, for us, we want to take a look at everything, what's called that entire student cycle. How from the time we engage that student as a prospective student, create that welcoming environment. How are we doing there? How are our students telling us in satisfaction surveys? How do they feel about us? How do they feel about being students here? How do they feel about their faculty? So we have a lot of broad-based surveys that tap into what's really called the student's experience. So I want to know about the experience, and then I want to know about the outcomes. What's happening with our graduation rate? What's happening with our persistence rate? As you guys know, we're seeing an influx of returning adult students through the Reconnect program. We understand that they require a different kind of service, which is why we've launched the Adult Student Success Center to really meet those students where they are. So, so that's my passion. That's, everyone knows I'm about students. That's why I do what I do.
Is there any follow-up? Okay. Next question. How do you see the role of intercollegiate athletic programs and student success?
Well, I mean, it's critical. I don't know if the athletic director is behind me. I didn't see him as I walked in. He probably is. He almost put a scoreboard up here. I told him not to do that. But certainly here and across the country, research shows that participation in athletics, participation in really what's happening on the campus, those students graduate and perform and go on to employment and other opportunities, transfer and the like, at a much greater clip than the general student body. I'm very proud of him. I'm very proud of our athletics program. I announced to the board, I believe that was a meeting or two ago, that Mott Community College was named the MCCCA Academic School of the Year because of how we value academics and athletics. And it's not just academics. We also placed, I believe, 4th in the athletics category. So we value both. So I'm very proud of our athletics program, proud of Al Perry, all our coaches, and certainly our student athletes.
Thank you.
Trustees, are there any questions, follow-ups for 5 and 6.
Just one question as a follow-up to 6, and that's that the reason that I believe athletics are important in the environment, in the academic environment of a college or a university, is the fact that is the exposure that the students can have to things they wouldn't get otherwise, like team integration, the importance of team versus individual values, being able to work with others for objectives. And because of that, it becomes important that they're inclusive in their outreach. And one of the things that I'm proud of for Mott in that list is the fact that the next year, Mott will have a women's golf team for the first time, and it will be the first college, community college in Michigan to have that. And to me, that's a step, is being sure that that opportunity is one of the things that's included in inclusion. That because the experience they get translates so greatly in as an advantageous in later life.
100%, and I'd be remiss. I feel him looking at me. We have a women's program now and golfers now, but that's a Title IX requirement, and certainly you want to make sure that you're providing those opportunities across the board for the very reasons and many more that you touched on. Sure.
Thank you. The next question, Trustee Walcott.
Hello.
Hello.
What is the role of board audit / finance committee?
The committee. The committee is really for the board to essentially receive the necessary financial information from the college, ask questions, be made literate and competent about really the books, if you will, and the operations of what the college is doing. We want to meet as a committee, administration, and board so we can handle any questions or concerns. We also have that committee so that external auditors can present that information to board members as well to ensure that they have not only the administration but the external opinions of those reviews of our finances. So it serves a very important part. As we know, finances for public institutions and alike are one of the most common reasons why those institutions fail. And so we need to make sure that the governing body is aware of that.
Thank you. Next question. What key performance indicators would you monitor for the management and leadership of the college?
Well, I think in this interim role, I would want to work with you to land on some KPIs for this particular time period. What are we looking at together as some performance indicators to ensure that we're setting the college up and setting the incoming president up for success. So we always will look at enrollment for obvious reasons. That's a driver of what we do. But perhaps you would want to bring to the table some other things. I've talked with some of you before about, performance around having more information about some of the things that the college is involved with. And we may want to look at, from a measurable standpoint, okay, if we're involved in this particular effort or project, what was the yield from our involvement? How did that help our students? How did that help our faculty? That could be something we set up. So, for the administration standpoint, you're always going to have enrollment, retention, fundraising in terms of our grant making. Those are kind of drivers, KPIs, but in this particular interim period, we would need to work on those together.
Are there any follow-up questions on items 7 and 8? Seeing none. Trustee Swanson?
Hey, Jason.
Hey, Jeff.
What are the most important characteristics that you're looking for when you walk around the campus, and how would you make those assessments?
In terms of the campus personnel, the facilities, overall? Well, obviously I've walked around the campus, and for this particular, again, I'm going to kind of sound like a broken record for this time period, and let's talk about infrastructure. CFAO Gothrop and I had a conversation, and have been having an ongoing conversation about really how we're going to navigate the capital projects that will be ongoing on this campus for the next 3 to 5 years, and how do we do that in a way that doesn't turn the college into this massive construction zone, because we don't want that. And so, how do we improve and renovate the college while some departments may be displaced, and how do we do that without severely disrupting the student experience? Those are the questions that are currently faced, and certainly we need the board involved in that as well. I think just on a day-to-day basis, I'm an optimistic person. I like to walk around, tell people hello. I like to see good morale. I like to see our students walking with purpose, but also a little bit of lightness in their feet. I often will stop them and talk to them and hear from them. One of them told me, good luck on the way over here, interestingly enough. So, but yeah, you got to be tuned into your campus and tuned into the heartbeat of what's happening.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next question is, let's discuss your fundraising experience and accomplishments.
Well, I certainly have experience in fundraising. I'm not sure how much of that would be during this particular time period, but certainly in my space, being a part of donor cultivation conversations, led by Lynetta Coney, Delway Hill. They do a phenomenal job of leading those. But I'm proud to say that I've been involved in many of the last few cycles of major grants. The most recent, I think, is the Paul LaFia grant, where he is gifting the college close to $350,000, I want to say, to help with the adult students and their success. And so I was a part of that effort. I was a part of the PRAWL effort. That's $30 million public-private partnership. And even prior to coming to Michigan, I have sat on various boards, scholarship fundraising committee boards, and also civic boards. I was a treasurer for a civic board in Houston, and I had the unfortunate job of taking a $5 million check to the bank, and that was a very nervous drive. And so I said I won't be treasurer anymore. But I've been involved in various efforts around fundraising throughout my career.
Thank you.
Do any other trustees have follow-up on those two questions? Yes, Trustee Freeman.
So I would guess a lot of people, like whether in the nonprofit sector, you work for government or whatever, a lot of people have different experiences with fundraising and development. Tell me a little bit about what are the fundraising strategies for the college, and what are pitfalls, what are challenges, because I imagine academic institutions have access to different funding than most people in the universe.
Right.
So just talk a little bit about kind of the complexity of that and understanding that, and from your worldview as interim, how would you impact that?
It's a layered question. You're right. I mean, there are certain solicitations that are unique to institutions of higher ed, simply because the funds, either they're federal funds or funds from the state, are being released to accomplish a specific educational goal. The biggest challenge in that particular bucket of funds is getting clarity on the reporting and understanding what, in fact, the grantor is looking for in terms of outcomes. As you know, in government, things shift. And so we could receive an allocation. We just are in the midst of receiving some of the state's funding related to Michigan Reconnect and obviously the MyLeap. We submitted some reporting on that just in looking at that reporting, I expect that to change next year. And so we talked about that in terms of, well, they're not asking for this, but there are some indications that they may come back later and want to see this information. And so that's one of the challenges, anticipating what might be asked to report on from a performance standpoint that's not included in an application today. That's what we face quite a bit. I think the other thing that I would say, just in terms of just normal fundraising efforts, particularly for a community college, is that we don't have the same kind of base, if you will, of potential donors that our universities do in that regard. We don't have billion-dollar endowments and other things of that nature. So our efforts really are around, and again, it's credit to Lynetta and Dale. They do more of this than I do, but our fundraising is really around the story of our purpose and our mission, and locating individuals who have the like-minded interest in helping a college, a community college, and certainly a college like ours, which is unique, 100 years, it's a unique institution. Who wants to help us in achieving that mission? And so the base of donors and opportunities is not as wide, so we have to look a little bit harder, and that too is a challenge. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Just one.
Trustee Daly.
I'm going to go back to your comment, which I thought was apropos in the government, things shift rapidly.
Yeah.
And you've been here how long now at Mott?
It'll be 6 years in November.
6 years.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me a little bit about, okay, Michigan and the Michigan Community College Act sets up a board of trustees. And talk to me a little bit about your perception on how that's different than a board of directors.
Well, I would say the primary difference is really in the options of governance that the Community College Act provides. It provides a board the opportunity to entrust the CEO with and delegate quite a bit of authority to that CEO. So that's one of the options that act allows for a board to do. The act also allows for the board to retain that authority and do so in its judgment in that regard. That is more consistent with a board of directors, where the board of directors really acts kind of as the main authority versus in a governing position, which is more common around community colleges across the country, primarily because you have the Higher Education Act of 1965 that established the federal Pell funding and established the regional accreditors. And the regional accreditors, as you know, are insistent upon being able to see that separation. Now, it does become really incumbent upon the individual college to illustrate and have evidence around how they are governing in a way that is seamless, whether that is CEO designated with the majority of authority, or there's some sort of balance in how the CEO is still charged to make the final decisions, but the board is included or more in that. That's really the challenge around that act, and standing up the expectations of how you're going to enact that statute that keeps the college eligible in terms of the federal funding statutes.
Yeah, and I think I would agree with, I guess, most of that. The thing I get concerned about is you read the Michigan Community College Act, and it places the Board of Trustees, first of all, as the holder of all the assets that the community college has. The second thing is that inherent in that is fiduciary responsibility that the board is entrusted with, that most boards of directors don't begin to approach. So,
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Thank you very much. The next questions by Sue Couch.
Yeah, hi, Jason.
Okay, so
In the current strategic plan, what elements do you find most conducive to improve performance? And did you identify other areas for improvement?
Well, I think the portions of the strategic plan that I lead deal with student success and teaching and learning, and I find those to be paramount, as those really represent the biggest investment that the college makes when it comes to how it operates. So in the current strategic plan, we made a real effort around retention and trying to improve our graduation rate, and I spoke to kind of why that's important before. We also, in order to do that, need quality instruction. We need innovative instruction. We need to make sure we have the right tools for our faculty to use as well, and so professional development is a big key to that as well, and I too efforted our increased professional and improved professional development for our faculty. So those two are important to me. There's 1 and 6, I want to say. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, the second, I'm sorry. The second question is, please give us an example of innovative technology that you have implemented in your current or prior position.
Okay. Well, I've been a part of technological implementation that is at the enterprise level, which means an entire new system for an institution or upgrading a system for an institution. That was in Houston, where we went or became an Oracle school and implemented an enterprise system known as PeopleSoft, and I was a part of that upgrading of PeopleSoft as well. And so that system really took us away from more of I would say, an archaic interface to much more of a user-friendly interface, more consistent with what you see nowadays in terms of the student system. We're in the middle of this particular implementation that you just approved last month or in May, of a system that's really going to benefit our students called EduNav. And EduNav is a platform that's going to take the credits from a student, regardless of when they came to Mott, and essentially line those up with how a student can graduate today. And so right now, if a student who had been here, let's say 3 years ago, stopped, came back, maybe did another year, stopped, came back, They might be in different catalog years, and someone would have to do that by hand right now. My advisors would have to go back and look in the catalog and look here and look there. So this EduNav that you all approved us to purchase takes all that away. It also allows us to track how students are moving towards graduation. We can intervene as needed with that particular platform. It's really going to be a game changer for us, and I'm really excited about it.
Thank you.
Are there any follow-ups to the last two questions? Seeing none. Please describe your experience working in a unionized environment and what you have done to ensure a successful working relationship.
Well, not here, or it doesn't matter, whatever I want to talk about. I'll talk about here. My experience here with the unions has been a learning experience. It's been very much an opportunity for me to understand not only the process that goes to securing a collective bargaining agreement, but understanding, and this is really, I think, my own, and I've read this, so it's not my own, I didn't invent it, but understanding previous agreements and how these agreements kind of are successively reached. And so I've had a great opportunity to work with the leaders of about 5 bargaining units here at Mott, and they have all been strong partners to really give me insight as to what their groups are looking for, their rank and file, and they have also been great listeners around me explaining, well, this is really where the college is on these issues, so where can we move forward together? And so that's been, and I'd go back to the pandemic, that was certainly a part of that as well, but that's been through my duration here working with the various bargaining units.
Thank you very much. How would you address and measure student and public safety on our campus?
Very important topic. We are, and a matter of fact, on Monday, you're going to hear about our plan to implement recommendations from a company that we contracted with to provide an assessment of our campus, and we're looking at these recommendations, and we're going to talk to you about that on Monday. Bring that information to you in terms of recommendations on how to proceed. The reality is campus safety is the #1 priority facing all institutions. If you're not safe, you can't do anything else. And so we're fortunate to have our own public safety officers. We certainly want to make sure they have what they need. Our campus has told us that seeing our public safety officers visible makes them feel more safe than a locked door or some other type of entity. So we communicate, we survey our students, we survey our faculty, get those voices and allow it to help those decisions. But it is going to be a process. It is not a destination. We will continue to implement, evaluate, and grow, as this is an issue not just with the physical safety. We could spend a whole nother 30 minutes talking about cybersecurity and the threats that exist to our systems, which in many ways can be more crippling than a physical threat. So safety is a #1 issue that all colleges will be facing.
Are there any follow-up questions to the last two? Yes, Trustee Daly.
You've been here for 6 years, and I'd like to hear from you on how you think the administration and the Board of Trustees, what the interface is between us, and how we can work better together.
Well, you know, I'll say this to that question, and I've said this before. As with any group, the things that people remember or see the most are maybe where you came up short. The fact of the matter is that the administration and this board, over the time that I've been here, and I'd say specific to this board, this last year and a half, has done some things that should be applauded. This separates individuals and separates some of the things that, you know, we all know about. But this board has had the wisdom on raising tuition, which was very, very critical for us. We had been behind on tuition for several years, and I know that was a tough vote, and you made that vote, and you don't get enough credit for that. You don't. So I applaud you for making that vote. I think that there's a lot of potential between the administration and this board to find successes, you know, and that is, I'm not being naive to say that there won't be disagreements and other times where we don't see eye to eye. That's just the nature of these roles. But I do think that we've had a lot of successes that don't get as much airtime. We certainly have our challenges, and we need to improve on those. And we need to improve on those if for no other reason, we need to make sure that the incoming president has an opportunity to be successful. But from my standpoint, we have an opportunity. We certainly have things to work on, but we have an opportunity. And I wouldn't be sitting here, quite honestly, Trustee Daly, if I didn't believe there was an opportunity to make some improvements there. I could easily be on vacation. I would love to be on vacation. But I'm here because I think that we have an opportunity to really shore this part up so that the next president can come in and take us to the next level. We've done a lot of great work over the time that I've been here, and I'd really like to see us close out this decade going even to the next level. And there's so much to do. There's so much to do.
Thank you. I appreciate your candor.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for submitting your resume and coming in to be interviewed. Do you have any questions for us?
I think the only comment I would have, and I have a request, not necessarily a question. I would just request that this board make the decision that is prudent to them for this role, which I think will set the stage for the permanent selection, which is much more important and much more strenuous of a process than this process. So I would say as you're making this decision, keep that decision in mind, and that, you know, one affects the other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trustees, we will be at ease for a half hour. 3:30 we will reconvene. Trustees, we're reconvened. The other candidate is here. If we would like to move forward and start now, without objection, we'll go ahead and move forward. Would you please have her brought down? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
The packet includes my entire application package, which was submitted to the board through the HR department.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Mott Community College. This is the Board of Trustees, and I would like to welcome you to each Board of Trustee. To my left, your right, is Trustee Freeman. Next to him is Trustee Daly. Next to him is Trustee Reyes. To your left, my right, is Trustee Walcott. To her left is Trustee Swanson, and to his left, Trustee Couch.
Thank you.
The Board of Trustees have created a list of questions that we will be asking you. The questions are pre-agreed upon by the board and vetted by the board attorney, so the process will be the same for all candidates. Each trustee will ask 2 questions, and you will have 5 minutes to answer each question. Our board coordinator will serve as the timekeeper. Over my left shoulder will be the time, and we will have 1 hour and 10 minutes. We have also determined that during this, if there's a follow-up question to any of the ones that are asked, the board members will be doing that. Do you have any questions for us before we get started?
No questions. I'm truly honored to be here before each one of you today, and
Could you move the microphone closer to you?
yes. Is that better?
It could be my earpiece. Go ahead.
Mott has a rich history that is very important to me, having been born and raised in the Genesee County area. And I would like to draw your attention to the application package, which I submitted for my candidacy. I'll periodically be referring to it, particularly the comparative document from Northeastern University highlighting 8 of the critical characteristics required for leaders in higher education and how I fulfill and meet each one of those. I'm eager to share with you my background and experience and skill sets and how they will continue to advance and enhance the achievement of the Mott mission to provide quality and affordable education opportunities and services to cultivate the student success that is the goal and mission of the school. So with that, I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Trustee Freeman will start our questions.
Okay, good afternoon. Why do you want to be interim president, and what skills and experience do you offer?
Well, as I mentioned in my cover letter, I have a passion for not only the school, but higher education. I have 2 children of my own in the entering college, and it's important to me that I use the skills that I've acquired in the corporate space to give back to the students that are going to be so critical to all of our futures. So in doing so, what I would bring are the financial acumen that is so important in today's environment to ensure sustainability and proper appropriation and use of funds in a cost-effective way. Also using data-driven decision-making that can ensure that funds spent are driving value and instead of destroying value. And that's a very important key piece of managing an enterprise such as Mott. I bring collaborative nature, so inclusion and belonging, very important to me as well. I have a history of developing strong performing teams that are collaborative and successful in delivering results. I also find building new leaders to be an important part of leadership, and mentoring programs have always been important to me throughout my career, and I've been involved with them in each of the settings that I've been in, particularly at General Motors, where I was asked and tapped by the CFO to be on a small team that set up the mentoring program for global finance. And upon my departure from GM, I had roughly anywhere between 15 and 20 mentorees that I worked with on a regular basis. Communication skills are clearly something that are important and that I would be bringing to the table. The ability to listen intently and put myself in the shoes of those around me in order to bring bridges and to create cohesiveness between teams and the various constituents and stakeholders involved in the operation of the college. I have extensive experience in strategic planning and have been involved in numerous plans over the years, ensuring appropriateness of the goals and objectives that are put in place, that they're measurable, achievable, and also ensuring that the financial resources are going to be available in order to achieve those goals and strategic plans. Change management is also very important to me. Maybe not important, but it's certainly something that I have an extensive amount of experience with, and it's inevitable. So we know that in all settings, things are always going to be always going to change. So you have to have a flexible mindset and be able to navigate unknown and uncharted territory. Particularly when I spent, during my 11 years at Delphi, 4 years of that we were in Chapter 11, bankruptcy protection. And being in the treasurer's office, I was on the front lines of really facing liquidation on an almost daily basis. And so responsible during that period of time to ensure that we were navigating the changes that were coming at us on a daily basis from a multitude of different directions. And while doing that, ensuring financial stability and that the company was able to stay afloat. So change management, and given that the college is facing multiple challenges, both economics and the changing economy, those are skill sets that will be very important to bring to the table. I have a commitment to diversity, recognizing that diversity creates creativity and expansion of ideas, and it's important to me that all constituents, all stakeholders, both at the faculty level and the staff level and with students, that everyone has a sense of belonging and knows that their voice is important. And I bring in an intellectual curiosity, and as a lifelong learner, I think that will become extremely important in moving into this role, in enabling me to pick up on the things that I haven't touched on before, but also to also bring the ability to apply those skill sets that I do have into this environment.
So I do have a follow-up. This is an interim assignment. So can you speak to what you see as being the role of the interim president during this period, where it could be, 6 months? What does that look like?
Well, in the first 90 days, what I would anticipate is that I would be involved in assessing the current state of the college, a comprehensive review of the finances, the academic programs, and the culture of the school. And maybe before I get into my thought process of what I envision the first 90 days to be, I will also preface that by saying that it would most certainly need to be in conjunction with the board, and I would anticipate that we would come to an agreement as to what the board would like me to focus on in for that initial period of time. But I think the interim position should look at the position just at the same as the permanent person in that position, so as to not create any disjointedness in the conversion from the prior leadership to the current. So in addition to assessing the current state, I would anticipate meeting with all the stakeholders, engaging with staff and the faculty, students, various community leaders, and those with a stake in the college operations. I would look to develop relationships with each of those groups and all key stakeholders, including the board, donors, other government officials that are actively involved in Mott's future. I would evaluate the strategic plan and the status of the existing plan and review that to align it with what the current goals are, understand what the status of the achievement of those goals are and see what types of ideas, plans we can put in place in order to move those forward over the next 90 days. I would do a full financial review to evaluate the budget, and the status, and financial health, and also fundraising strategies, and evaluate opportunities to increase fundraising. Of course, addressing immediate issues would also be a priority, and enhancing communication to improve any internal and external communication channels just to foster transparency and engagement.
Michael, you have no further questions? You have your microphone's off too.
Can you describe your prior relationship working with or reporting to a board? What are some of the key things you would do to build strong working relationships with the Board of Trustees?
So in each of my prior positions, I've had interaction with the board of directors. I've also held a board seat for a local nonprofit organization, so I've held a board seat of my own. I think it's important to maintain open lines of communication. I think transparency is important, and both of those can contribute to a culture of trust. And I think those are the most important aspects of working with the board. Did that fully answer your question?
Do any of the other trustees have a follow-up with the first two questions? Seeing none, we'll now move to Trustee Daly.
Question number 3 is that, can you share with us a situation where you had to make a difficult decision that was not popular, but was in the best interest of the organization? And I think what we're talking about here when we say not popular is not popular with the stakeholders.
Yes, I can. The first that comes to mind is a situation at the Delphi Treasurer's Office where I was in a leadership role, and there was a sort of a long-standing unwritten rule that if there was a non-performer on the team, that the Treasurer's Office would look to transfer them out of the Treasurer's Office and into another area of the company. And so I happened to have someone who wasn't meeting the proper performance levels of the position. And it wasn't a lack of a mismatch, it was a clear lack of understanding of financial principles. And so I placed him on a performance improvement plan and worked diligently with him over a 6-week period. And together, actually, he realized along with me, and we came to an agreement that he wasn't in a position to perform in the position. But the others around me, other stakeholders, were still of the status quo mindset that we should move him into another area of finance in the company. But I stood my ground because my position was that if he lacked the financial acumen to perform in the Treasurer's Office, that would carry over into other areas. And at that point, it became a mutual decision, which was a nice outcome. He decided, too, that it was best for him to move forward. And I think in those situations, oftentimes, those can be, uncomfortable maybe or painful in the moment, really turn out to be a great move for both the candidate and the company. And that would be the best example of a difficult decision, because it is, you never want to create uncertainty for a person, but we did provide him with full HR support to find something that was more appropriate for his skill set.
How would you work with businesses to ensure that Mott Community College students are the best prepared for local employment opportunities, both while they're students and also after graduation?
Yeah, great question. So I think the analysis that would go into that initially would be to start with the largest employers in the area, taking a look at where do most of our students move on to, and that being one set, but also where's the largest untapped potential. So even if the majority of our students aren't moving to certain employers, where are those, or which are those employers that would provide those opportunities if we had graduating students that met their needs. So it would be identifying those companies initially, and then arranging time to speak with them to fully understand what types of skill sets that they are looking for, and then back to faculty and staff to understand how our curriculum and programs can be modified, added to, or changed in some way in order to meet those curriculum. And I think you have to take it a step further too into the placement, the placement function, to ensure that those companies are involved when students are reaching toward graduation, so that they know that there's a pool of candidates available, and ensure that the candidates themselves become aware of what those opportunities are, and that these partnerships, if you will, or collaborations have taken place with these companies, so that it provides them with a clear pathway in order to move them into new industry and companies and areas in the new industries and companies in the area.
Are there any other follow-up questions for question 3 and 4? Trustee Daly.
Just as a matter of curiosity, I mean, most academic institutions sit basically, the organizational structure rests on like a three-legged stool. You've got the board, in this case here, we have the board of trustees, we have the administration, and we have the faculty. And what steps would you look at strategically to improve communications between those three elements?
When it comes to communication skill, I find it's most important to take the time to listen and understand what the needs are across those three groups, both yourselves and the faculty, and maybe most importantly, the student body. And I think when a person feels heard and there's genuine interest on the other side to understand their position and to want to make things better if there's an opportunity for improvement, or to celebrate successes, which is very important too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Michael, you have one.
Yeah. So in your response, you talked about meeting with faculty and staff on curriculum development to meet the needs of those that you're in the field with and talking to. Can you talk a little bit about, any experience that you might have in curriculum of areas that could be anywhere from skilled trades to liberal arts, honestly. We have students, we have a broad array. So how would you, or rather, do you have experience developing curriculum for all these different fields? And, like with faculty, I'm sure they would be interested to know as well.
No, I have not developed college level curriculum, but I trust there are experts on the team that I would look to and their experience, expertise in order to do that. And so my goal would be to remove barriers, to be the liaison and the connection point between these industry leaders and the experts in developing curriculum, and ensure an open flow of communication so that appropriate curriculum that meets their needs and desires can be created.
Thank you. Are there any other follow-ups to 3 and 4? Seeing none, we now move to Trustee Reyes for the next question.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How do you define student success, and what process would you recommend to improve the success rate of the student body?
So student success, the key performance indicators are in retention and persistence, and ultimately in completion. And that's how I would define student success. For the college to be more successful would entail a gradual increase in those measures.
Follow-ups?
Is there any follow-ups? Seeing none.
Okay. How do you see the role of intercollegiate athletic programs and student success?
Well, I think the intercollegiate and the athletics are an extremely important part of the culture and the atmosphere, and I think having fun and enjoying the collaboration that it brings amongst all of the stakeholders is very important to the school and the environment that it creates. So I would be very supportive of continuing with with the athletic programs that are in place now, and if there are ideas for expansion or adjusting the athletic program, those I think would be important to hear.
Are there any follow-ups for that question? Seeing none. The next question, Trustee Wendy.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good, thank you.
What is the role of the Board Audit and Finance Committee?
The role of the Finance Committee is to oversee the financial statement preparations and creation of the budget, to monitor performance of the college and against the budget, and to ensure appropriate controls are in place to meet all audit requirements.
Is there a follow-up to that question by anyone? Trustee Daly.
What do you see, this is, every organization has to have a governance body. It can be one person or it could be a board. In this case, the state of Michigan has determined that this is a board of trustees. And could you talk a little bit about, from a financial point of view, what the difference is between a board of trustees and a board of directors? Specifically looking at fiduciary responsibility.
Yes, my understanding is the Board of Trustees is ultimately responsible to a greater degree and extent than that of a Board of Directors of a public company for the operations and outcomes and activities and actions that take place within the organization.
Okay, thank you.
Your next question, your microphone's not on.
I know. Okay, the next question. What key performance indicators would you monitor for the management and leadership of the college?
Key performance indicators can vary greatly based on the specific goals and mission of the school, but those that I've highlighted in thinking through which would be the best for Mott are retention rates, measuring those who continue from semester to semester, the graduation and completion rates, transfer rates, employment outcomes, and student satisfaction, the financial stability and efficiency metrics, which would be a whole broad suite of KPIs, clearly are very important. And community impact, I think, are vitally important, just to understand our impact on the local community, all our partnerships with the employers, which we talked about earlier, community organizations, and what are the broader economic and social benefits of those. And importantly, are we deriving the value from them to the extent that there's investment being made? Are we deriving the value from them that we would anticipate? And is it truly creating value versus utilization of funds without any return? I would also look at the enrollment trends and academic quality. I think those are key. Those are the high. I actually do have a whole host of KPIs listed, and I don't know if you want me to walk through each and every one of them, but those are the categories that I would focus upon, and then within each of those categories, there would be a number of individual KPIs associated with those.
Thank you.
Are there any other follow-up questions for that? Seeing none, we move to the next one, Trustee Swanson.
Hi.
Hi.
What are the most important characteristics that you would look for when you explore or, say, walk around our campus? And how would you make those assessments?
That's a great question, because I think the first impression is often the most important. And I think that the campus needs to portray an image of welcoming, belonging, inclusivity, and beauty. Cleanliness is also important. None of those that I think that the school currently falls woefully short on at all. I think it does a nice job. There are, I think, beautification efforts that can be made, particularly in the master plan. There were a number of great ideas that were highlighted that are in that vein. And we could go through a few, but I did spend some time evaluating that plan. And many of them included ideas to create connectivity, further connectivity to the surrounding areas. So the Applewood Estates, creating walkways so that non-vehicular traffic can easily cross off of the Mott property into some of the surrounding areas in the community, which I think are also a good idea in order to create not only a welcoming feeling when coming in through ensuring the cleanliness, but then also creating those bridges, if you will, to the rest of the surrounding community.
Is there a follow-up to that question? Okay. Jeff?
Let's discuss your fundraising experience and related accomplishments.
So I have spent my career fundraising, and I have been involved in numerous debt and capital transactions over the years, albeit most of them in the corporate space. However, most applicable to this role was the 3 years that I spent at Trinity Health. And Trinity is also a municipal debt issuer. And I did a number of transactions there, and I managed a $6 billion municipal bond portfolio for the company. And so public debt is something that I have extensive experience in. I think that going forward, alternative sources of funding, for example, through these, which Mr. Daly mentioned earlier, through other employer arrangements and partnerships, grant writing, and also donations, I think are all avenues that will need to be pursued going forward. So for me, raising debt, that's a no-brainer, and we can do that all day long, but we don't want to. And so these other avenues of funding are going to become much more important going forward. And I bring the relationship building skills that are going to be needed in order to achieve those.
Are there any follow-up questions over that? Seeing none? Oops, I apologize.
Just one question there. What's the biggest debt that you saw, bond issuance, that you oversaw during your tenure there?
Well, at GM, I did a $2 billion bond issuance for pension contributions, and then a second one of $2.5 billion. I also renewed the revolving credit facility at General Motors the first time in 2016. It was $12.5 billion with a 40 bank syndicate. And when I was asked to renew it in 2016, it was 14 billion with 50 banks. So I added 10 new banks in order to achieve the $1.5 billion in growth.
And GM was able to maintain their credit rating during this period of time?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I may also draw your attention to the letter of reference that is in my package from the CFO at GM. Thanks.
Are there any other questions on that regard? Trustee Couch, you have the next question.
Hi.
In the current strategic plan, what elements did you find most conducive to improved performance, and did you identify other areas for improvement?
What, can you repeat the specifics of your question? I just want to make sure I get it right.
Okay, I'll read it over to you.
Thank you.
In the current strategic plan, what elements did you find most conducive to improve performance? And did you identify other areas for improvement?
So we talked about the grounds improvements, which I do think are very important. But I also found that the student space initiatives and creating additional eating restaurant or food facilities, because welcoming the students, that's step one, but then ensuring proper student service once they're here and providing space for collaboration and gathering, I think are all important. Another I recall is improving the courtyard space to allow for gathering, maybe additional tables and seating in the outside areas so that people can enjoy the beautiful surroundings of, the natural areas. All of those I thought were great ideas. And the parking improvements and structures, I thought really all of the proposals were good ones, and clearly I understand those are goals, so it's the resources and ensuring that the funding is there in order to achieve those is next important once they're identified. I did note that the decision was made not to evaluate I believe it was the capacity and utilization of the buildings that Mott owns. That would be something that I would suggest is perhaps revisited, because proper utilization of the space that we already have, if there are any opportunities for reallocation of space for other purposes, that can often be a way to improve efficiency and the way in which the college operates. So that would be one of the items I would add to the strategic plan, is looking at the building capacity and doing an efficiency study of utilization.
Is there a follow-up to that question? Seeing none, would you, Trustee Couch?
Okay, the second question is, please give us an example for initiative technology that you have implemented in your current or prior position.
Well, I have extensive experience with IT systems and implementations as well. At TI Fluid Systems, I led the global implementation of the Treasury system, and that included the assessment of service providers, going through the selection process with them, negotiating the contract, making the final selection, negotiating the contract, and then working with staff and the service provider on the implementation. That was actually my second experience in doing that, because when I joined General Motors, that was also a task that I was assigned upon joining. It had already gone through the selection process and the system had been implemented in North America, but I was responsible for the implementation in South America, Asia, and in Europe. So we implemented the system in over 40 countries while I was there. And that was one of the final projects that was finished before I decided to move on. I also, at Trinity Health, they oversaw the Treasury integration of what turned out to be the largest merger between Catholic healthcare systems thus far in the country. And so the integration of those IT systems, the treasury management system and the intercompany loan cash pooling systems all had to be integrated, and that was under my watch as well. At Delphi, I oversaw and launched a new global corporate purchasing card program, and that helped to standardize our operations, and we achieved operational efficiencies through IT system integration. And also while at Delphi, I spearheaded the creation of a troubled customer oversight function. Upon my joining the treasurer's office at that time, we had a troubled supplier function, but not a troubled customer function. So using the same concept, I was tasked with and implemented a brand new troubled customer function, and that also required the use of new IT systems and analytics and modifications to our existing systems in order to incorporate and utilize that new flow of information.
Are there any follow-ups to that question? Seeing none. Please describe your experience working in a unionized environment and what you have done to ensure successful working relationships.
So my closest interaction with the labor unions was during my time at Delphi Corporation. And what I think this goes back to our conversation earlier about communication. Clearly, negotiating skills are something that are very important as well. But more importantly, are ensuring that there's clear understanding and communication with all stakeholders to understand what the needs are across the table, and approaching the conversation with a true desire to reach a consensus that probably won't be ideal for either side, but looking for that compromise that both can live with. And I think that's the mindset that one needs to enter into those labor negotiations with.
Are there any follow-ups to the answer? Seeing none. How would you address and measure student and public safety on campus?
I actually gave that a lot of thought. It's an important aspect of campus life that, in my mind, without safety, you don't have a college. So it's similar to finance. So to me, it's one of the most important aspects of the operation. I think it requires strategic oversight, clearly the interpersonal skills and the interaction with the public safety department are going to be very important, and in just ensuring that there's a deep and broad-based understanding of safety protocols in the unique environment of a campus. I think that the important aspects and characteristics that are required are the safety and security expertise that I mentioned, knowledge of law enforcement and emergency management, so ensuring that there's proper emergency response procedures that aren't just written on a piece of paper but have been practiced and utilized to ensure that they're appropriate and they work as expected. And along that line, risk assessments and determining where the major risks and exposures are and taking active steps to mitigate those in advance, proactively, before a risk becomes a crisis. I think community engagement, too, is also an important aspect of campus safety, relationship building with the surrounding community, police departments, and making sure that information is being shared across departments and that there's collaboration and perhaps even some shared training opportunities. I'm not sure if that's an idea that may be something that the campus safety staff could take advantage of. And I think cultural competence and sensitivity, just ensuring that there's an understanding of diverse needs, ability to resolve conflicts in a positive and fair, impartial manner. Technology proficiency, I think more and more the use of advanced technology to monitor and ensure safety around the campus is important. I did notice several advanced looking surveillance cameras, which it looks as though they're already well along that path, but continuing to stay abreast and on top of those new technologies, I think, is very important. The ongoing training and development, whether it be through local municipalities or other departments or some other trade associations, I think is clearly always important to continuously learn the new and updated protocols, and ethical and transparent practices, I think, are ultimately important as well.
Are there follow-up questions to that? Seeing none. Thank you for submitting your resume. Oh, sorry, John.
I have one question, and that's, talk to me about your notebook. I'm curious about how, I've noticed you've used that as a tool. I'm curious about, the structure of that. What are you looking at that, and why'd you decide to bring that to this meeting?
Sure. So I am anticipating the questions a president might be asked to answer in an interview setting. I made a list of the topics that I think are important to, and you're welcome to see it if you'd like, that are important. I can read some to you. So I have my welcome and my closing: accreditation, campus safety, change management, communication, critical issues, culture, data-driven decisions, enrollment, my education philosophy, which I included in my package, financials, budget, GASB is a section, fundraising, IT, KPIs, online learning, organized labor, a president's roles, responsibilities, program assessments, how to determine whether a program is appropriate in creating value, risk management, the strategic plan, and student success rates.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
If the board will indulge me because of something you said, data-driven decisions, why don't you explain what your thinking is on that?
So when ultimately, in the way I process most decisions, there is always a financial impact. Typically, there's a financial impact. And so it's important to me to make sure that we fully understand what the implications of any decision are going to be. And so utilizing data to ensure that that we know the fullness of the costs involved, whether that be through staff involvement or funding, peer funding. What are the benefits that are going to be derived from that? And so that is what I think of when I think of data-driven decisions, is utilizing really mostly financial acumen to determine what is the internal rate of return for that decision, and is it going to create value.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a follow-up question? Seeing none, thank you for submitting your resume and coming to be interviewed today. Do you have any questions for us?
Yes, I do. Could each of you individually tell me what is your top concern that keeps you up at night related to the college?
I'll go first.
Okay.
My top concern is the way our board is ran right now and how all of us need to get along. And I believe that a chair needs to get along with absolutely everybody. This is stuff that keeps me up at night. Not saying you don't, I'm just saying this is things that keep me up at night. The dysfunction of a board, and I just believe that we all need to work together regardless.
Who wants to go second? John?
I'll go second. I actually have two things that keep me up at night, so that gets sleepless. The first thing is the difficulty we have communicating adequately across boundary lines, with organizational boundary lines. And this is like most things, there's fault on both sides. There's no point in trying to get into that. The second thing that concerns me is I have a concern about the adequacy of our internal controls. And especially, I'm not so much worried about controls at the lower levels of the organization, but it's what controls do we have in the higher levels of the organization. Because I've shared with most people that I have some difference of experiences, that I was brought in on a national foundation, on a national organization, nonprofit, as part of a cleanup board after a CEO had been perpetrated, or a fraud had been perpetrated by the CEO and CFO in collusion together. And I'm not saying there's anything like that here, but the impact that I saw of that was something that no organization should go through.
Yes.
And it literally was catastrophic to the membership of that. And so what controls do we have in place to preclude that type of thing from happening to us? And the solution is, well, they're good people and they wouldn't do anything like that, and all we have to do is look down to Detroit and see that every once in a while we make judgmental mistakes. And right now there's a case undergoing with the Detroit River Development Foundation that involves a fraud down there that will run probably in excess of $140 million.
Yeah.
And those are, while they're black swan events, if they do occur, the results are catastrophic, and part of our job is as a board is to think the unthinkable and to deal with it. So,
Yes. Thank you.
Trustee Reyes?
My overriding concern is the success of our students and our impact on the community. We've been here 100 years. We're a stalwart of the Genesee County community, and I want us to be able to continue in that fashion and improve.
Yes. Agreed.
Trustee Freeman?
I guess the thing that I've been concerned with is the culture that leadership has created, or the impact that we've created on campus, where staff and faculty many times feel marginalized, even though they're the content experts. They're the ones who do this work every single day, and they're being led by a group of people, none of whom have higher ed experience. That's why I think the search is really critical, that we identify somebody who has that higher ed experience, because they are ultimately the advocate in working with the Board of Trustees. So I think that we need to listen. We need to hear what they say, and they don't need to be afraid for their jobs, or to be open, honest, and upfront.
Trustee Swanson?
Well, everybody has had good points, valid points. I agree with them. I don't have a problem sleeping. It doesn't keep me up at night, but it's worrisome, and I think we all need to work on, as far as the board and the administration. It's give and take. There's problems both sides, and I just, John brought up the checks and balances. I'm a big proponent of the checks and balances. And other than that, I would like to see the trade schools. I would like to see those promoted a little bit more. Other than that, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Sue?
Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. I'd like to see the trade schools too. We need, yeah. And I don't have any trouble sleeping at night, okay?
Thank
good
you
news.
for that testimony. My concern, currently our enrollment is up. We had, during the pandemic, many high school graduates didn't move on to college, so that has temporarily ballooned our enrollment up as they have now engaged college. I fear that after that balloon has busted, our enrollment will continue to move down. We are going to, over the next few years, spend a disproportionate amount of our resources on maintaining facilities on this campus that we no longer need, because we have students that we are doing remote teaching with. So we have to find a way to engage the greater community, whether it is charter schools or the K-12 locally, to see if there's a portion of our campus that we need. Or do we need to begin looking to U of M across town, and how much cross campus sharing can we do, and maybe scuttling some of the facilities that we have now? Because both of us, long-term, there's only so many students that each one of our schools can attract. Other than, there's other things, but we don't need to get into that. Should you be hired, I'm sure the board will have a great deal more to share with you and look forward to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What key achievements would you each, how would you, and maybe one will answer, or anyone who has any input, but what key achievements would define my success in this role over the first 6 months?
John, would you like to start with that?
I think that would be, I'm a little uncomfortable starting with that, simply because of the fact that, in my view, that's the definition, that's something that we should be doing once we've selected a candidate and seeing what the roles are, and that until we've made that selection, I believe it's inappropriate that, at least from my perspective, that I deal with that issue.
Michael? Art? Wendy? Jeff? Sue? I think you have the answer on that. Is there anything else you'd like to ask us at this time?
Is there anything else that I can clarify or elaborate on to ensure that I am your top candidate?
Anything else, trustees? At this time, there seems to be nothing. You will be notified. Thank you for coming in and sharing your resume with us in your afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustees, do we want to go to recess? Our next candidate is scheduled to arrive at 5. If they're here earlier, would you like to reconvene sooner? Okay, so let's take a 10 to a 15-minute break and see if they're here, and then reconvene. Thank you. We're in recess. Al, could you get Jordan for us? Returns. I'm going to reconvene the meeting, trustees.
When it comes on the agenda, that's when we take care of it.
They're done. I just indicated that it might be a good idea to have HR put on the record before anybody votes.
You ready? Yes. Okay. Trustees, we are back in session. And would you please go get our next candidate for us? Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon. Welcome. On behalf of the Mott Community College Board of Trustees, I welcome you. I would like to introduce you to the Board of Trustees. To my left and your right is Trustee Freeman. To his left is Trustee Daly. And to his left is Trustee Reyes. To your left, my right, is Trustee Walcott. And to her left is Trustee Swanson.
Hi.
And then Trustee Couch.
Hi.
I'm Andy Overman. Welcome. The Board of Trustees has created a list of questions that will be asking you. The questions are pre-agreed upon by the board and vetted by the board attorney. So the process will be the same for all candidates. Each trustee will ask 2 questions, and you will have 5 minutes to answer each question. Our board coordinator will serve as the timekeeper. Over my left shoulder, the time will be kept, and we will have 1 hour and 10 minutes for the entire process. Do you have any questions for us before we start the interview?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Freeman.
Okay, good afternoon. Why do you want to be the interim president, and what skills and experience do you offer?
Well, I chose community college as a profession because when I finished my career, I would have done some good and made a difference in my lifetime. So that still remains motivation for me. And I have all this skill and experience, and I'd like to put it to use one more time. In terms of what I bring to you, I don't like talking about myself. I'm uncomfortable with it. But in this interview, I guess I have to. Well, I was a Mott Foundation fellow, and I got the best education you could get at the time. I mean, the Mott Foundation spared no expense. In fact, I drove by where we would meet over on Avon in the mansion with the slate shingles was where we would gather as Mott Fellows. And they would fly in anybody in the nation that they wished to speak with us. So it was a real privilege. And so I was an intern here when Dr. Charles Pappas was president, and it had been known as Flint JC, of course, as you all know, and so Dr. Pappas gave me the job of taking the policies of the Flint Board of Education and converting them into community college policies. That was my task, and I would go to all the meetings with him, and I'd pester him with questions and accompany him when he'd make talks in the community. And so I finished my doctor's degree, and I took the best job that I could get, which was a great job. I went to Triton College in Illinois, which is near O'Hare. It was one of the largest community colleges in Illinois at that time. And so I served a variety of functions. I volunteered for anything I could volunteer for. So I was planning buildings, and they put me on negotiating teams, and I was doing fundraising. And so anyway, I became president of that college when I was 29 years old. And there's much I could say about that, but it was successful. And after I'd been there 5 years, I was told by the CEO of the Illinois Community College Board that Triton College was the flagship of the fleet. So it was a great college. I was president there 7 years. And then I went to Austin, Texas. I was interim president for a year. I learned how to be an interim president. Learned how to mind the store. The board there wished me to do some things during my 1 year, and I did those things. And I would say the same to you, that I would offer you, if you ask me, a menu of things I might do, and you, if we could agree on whatever those things were, I could do those. I mean, I have thoughts. You only have a limited period of time, so you can't tackle the world. So you could work on some things that you'd like done, and I'd be happy to do that with you. Then I went to Pierce College in Tacoma, Washington, which is the second largest community college in Washington State. And I'd love to talk about that job. Then I had an office overlooking Mount Rainier. Life was good. And the phone rang, and the person on the other end of it said, "How'd you like to be vice president of a big company?" And I thought, wow, that would really be something. So after a series of conversations and interviews, I was a vice president of Meyer Incorporated. I was in charge of design, architecture, engineering, construction, maintenance, and I did that job for about 7 years. While I was there, I was chairman of the board of the Frederick Meyer Gardens, which I learned a great deal in that job. I wanted to go into business by myself as my one kind of to-do list, bucket list in life. And I did that. And that was going good, but I ended up spending a lot of time by myself. So one day the phone rang, and how would you like to go to Louisiana and plant a whole campus from scratch? I couldn't resist that. So then I went back into the community college business, and then I was president once again in suburban Chicago. And after 5 years there, I went to Lansing, Michigan, and served for 12 years that I'm very proud of. And so I was president like 48 years ago. So I have a lot of experiences and thoughts to share, too numerous to mention, although I'm glad to talk about any of them.
Are there any follow-up questions for him regarding that answer?
I have a question. Thank you for sharing all that with us, but I was wondering if you could answer the question, why do you want to be interim president?
Oh, well, I'd like to help make Mott Community College just a little bit better. And help you to prepare for a new president. And although it's your business, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about president search and selection along the way.
Trustee Freeman?
Next question. Describe your prior relationship working with or reporting to a board. What are some of the key things you would do to build a strong relationship with the Board of Trustees?
Okay. Well, working for 7 people is different than working for one person. And so after 29 years of being a president and reporting to board members, I have thoughts about that. Well, first, you need to work with each and every board member. It's a bad idea to have favorite board members or board members that you don't work with. You work with all the board members. Then you find a way where you can communicate with each board member in a way that works for them. I mean, I had one board member that loved to go to early breakfast. I was happy to go to early breakfast with him. I had one board member in my last job that called me at about 9 o'clock at night. Great, glad to talk with you. I'm good at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I can meet at for lunch, I can meet for dinner, I can call you, I can not call you, whatever way works for each board member. Some board members don't want to be bothered. Don't bother me. I'll see you at the meeting. Okay. I'd rather have a conversation, but you take what you get. So you find a way that you can communicate with each board member. Every board member, in my opinion, wishes to contribute in their own way. They have a thought about what they'd like to see happen. So you need to find out what that is and pay attention to it. You can't always do it, but you need to know what it is they'd like to see, because you're on a board because you want to make the college better in your own way. So it's the job of the president to understand what that is and to accommodate it best you're able. I never cared if I got any publicity or not. It didn't matter to me. So board members are elected people. So I'm happy to have the board members take all the credit. I don't need any, I'm good. So, you know, you want to make the board members feel good for their service, that they made a difference. So I look for ways to enable that. You get used to 7 people evaluating you, and so I became very accustomed to and comfortable with all of it. So, you know, presidents typically last 5 or 6 years, and so you need to be able to work well with the board to serve the college well. You can't do any good if you're not president anymore.
Do we have any follow-ups for those 2 questions? Seeing none, Trustee Daly. Don't forget to turn your microphone on.
Can you describe a situation where you had to make a difficult decision that was not popular with the stakeholders or the public, but the decision was in the best interest of the organization?
Yeah. Well, I have had many of those, as you might imagine. I had one in Washington State where it would be like the name of the college was Schwartz Creek Community College. And you serve the whole county, but the founding people chose that as a name. And furthermore, they put the college up by the Saginaw County line. So that's what you got. Well, Pierce County in Washington State is a big county. So here I had this college with the campus in the wrong place, and the name of the college was Fort Steilacoom Community College. So I had to change the name of the college, and that was not popular. I changed it to the name of the county, Pierce, and I thought people could figure that out, and so I had to change the name. I knew it wasn't going to be popular, but I thought it was necessary. And then I had to figure out how to get a second campus that was near the population. And at that time, the state office in Olympia, Washington, was vigorously opposed to a second campus for any community college. So I had to go against the grain. Fortunately, my board members were supportive. The executive in the state capitol was vigorously opposed and opposed at every turn. But I gathered up support from the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the governor's office. They first told me that that the college could have a building on a city block on a corner. And I said, no, I need 80 acres. And they said, no, you can't have that. So this went back and forth, and it came to the point where the state guy was really threatening me with my job. But I was determined, and we overcame, and we got 80 acres adjacent to an expressway with exit and entrance to the expressway. I had the privilege of laying out the whole brand-new campus with an architect. It was just timber, just 80 acres when we started. Today, they tell me it's the prettiest community college in the state of Washington, and it has 5,000 students.
Is there a follow-up to that question? Yes, John?
I think that's a good historical account, but how did you, after it was said and done, how did you restore balance with whoever it was that was against you?
Well, it was the state executive director, and I trust, unless he's had a conversion, he probably doesn't like me to this day. I did what I thought to be the right thing. I'd do it over again. I believe it was the right thing, and I think I've proved my point, that because the college now has 5,000 students there, and they wouldn't have had that if I hadn't stuck to my guns.
I have the next question. So how would you work with local businesses to ensure that MCC students are the best prepared for local employment opportunities?
Well, I believe in workforce. I believe in economic development, and I've practiced both of those since the day I started as a community college president. In my opinion, technical careers in community college, I'm not talking about Mott, I'm just talking in general, they often don't get the attention that they should. I have thoughts as to why that is, but they often don't get attention they should get. And business and industry is not included as much as they could be either. But I mean, they pay taxes, they employ people, and I want to make my community a place where a business would wish to invest and grow. And so I want to be a part of that anytime that I can. I attend all economic development meetings in my community. I want the college to be a place that businesses, if you're going to bring a new business into Lansing, Michigan, I want you to see the college as a part of that process. I want you, furthermore, I have a space or spaces that are designed to accommodate businesses that might be interested in investing in Lansing, Michigan. I was a member of a CEO group. I was the only public person in that group. Well, because I needed to have relationships with business and industry. And so it's important that I did that. When I was president of Triton College, I worked with the die-cast industry, and they built a building and they equipped it on the campus to train die-casters. And I was just delighted. I did a program for automatic screw machine setup it was the same thing. I recruited them, I attracted them, built the building. Also at the same time, I did General Motors. General Motors established Triton College as a regional training facility, essentially for Chicago. And I distinctly remember being in a series of meetings with General Motors to make that happen. I was delighted. In my last job in Lansing, I ran Get a Skill, Get a Job, or Your Money Back. It was on CNN. It was successful. I could go on at great length about programs with business and industry. I believe in it.
Are there any follow-ups for question 4? Seeing none, we move to Trustee Reyes.
Hello. Hi. How do you define student success, and what process would you recommend to improve the success rate of the student body?
Well, my mother was a teacher, a proud MEA teacher. My dad was union steward, United Mine Workers. And so I have a long history of community colleges and students and how they work. When I went to college, if I had flunked out, my mother just would have sent me back. I don't know how many times I could have flunked out and she'd have sent me back. There was no other choice. I was going to be successful. But that was me, and I was privileged. For many people, they get one chance at success in a community college. It's like they got one ticket, because if it doesn't work, then life starts to close in on them. They have to get a job. They have to feed their family. They don't have choices to keep coming back. So they got one shot. And when they come to me, I want to make sure I've delivered for them on their one shot. Okay? So, and I want them to be successful. I drove in your drive again today off of Court Street. I've done it many times. And I think well of your college, okay? I'm not. But I say to myself, where's the front door? And I said that to myself again today. Where's the front door? And I like the front door to be something that I can figure out visually because we know about colleges and students, but the average person out there has no clue. It's just a strange place. So I like to accommodate the moment you drive in the drive, or the moment you get on the website, or the moment you contact us. I don't care how you come in. I got to have that work. And then I want to give you good advice when I get my chance. I only maybe have just one chance, and I need to hook you up in a program and with people and a course of study where you have your best shot. I want to know what barriers you might have. Can you reading perhaps? And I think with artificial intelligence, I think we can do better and better at figuring this out, but I need to know what barriers there might be, and then how I can help you to overcome them. I want to have a coach, and I did coaches in Lansing at scale. I did a dozen coaches, and I think you have academic coaches too. And so I think that's good. I want to make sure that the coaches are all that they can be. And again, that schedule, I want a schedule for you that'll work. Colleges, in my opinion, have always, it's like when your mother used to give you castor oil, open up, here it comes. In terms of here's your schedule, too bad. Sink or swim. I don't believe in that. I believe in a schedule that works. At Lansing Community College, we were a part of the Bill and Melinda Gates Student Success Initiative. I think we were one of two in Michigan. We fought hard to be included in that program. That was about 10 years ago. And so in that program, I had trustees that went, I had faculty that went, I went, and we went to a series of meetings to be all that we could be in student success. And then I reported to the board. I made sure that we reported to the board quarterly our student success numbers, all of them, over and over again for the remaining years that I was the president. We made steady progress. It was slow, I think slower than we all had wished, but it was progress indeed. It just wasn't as fast as we wanted it to be. So I think you can't let up, and you have to continue to press for student success. And student success is credit hours earned and degrees earned, but in Michigan, I like credit hours earned with C or better, because in other states, say like in Illinois, if you get an associate degree, you're automatically a junior at Illinois State University. They don't go, Michigan goes course by course, so it's harder. So anyway, I'd go with credit hours earned, and then retention. Did you fall and you came back again in the spring?
Are there any follow-ups to that answer? Trustee Reyes?
How do you see the role of intercollegiate athletic programs in student success?
Yeah. I've evolved over time on that, largely because the private colleges, I think, demonstrated that athletics and enrollment and success are all interrelated. And they've demonstrated that pretty well. So I've always supported athletics, but over time I've evolved into athletics, enrollment, and student success. They all go together. And you guys have always had great athletics, and I admire Mott for that.
Are there any follow-up questions to that one? Seeing none. Trustee Wendy?
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
What is the role of the Board Audit and Finance Committee?
Oh, okay. Well, at Lansing Community College, when I started there, they had what I'll call a robust audit committee. And it was board member driven. The board members were very dedicated in the audit committee. I mean, it was serious business, and we went about it at least monthly, sometimes more than monthly. We evolved into an external, internal auditor. I believe in that, and we would, and I was a part of the committee, and we'd make a list of what could be audited internally. Like, could be a half a dozen things. Like you could just say athletics, financial aid, building maintenance, pick something out, and whatever was on our minds. And we'd have a list, and then we'd say, okay, This year, we're going to do number 1, 3, and 4. And then we'd assign that to the external internal auditor, and over the course of the year, they would report back to us on their findings and recommendations. So I thought that was a great model. I thought it worked well. I think, and our board members did too. I mean, I think they had a sense that they'd done their fiduciary duty in reviewing college fiscal matters. They would have conversations. We have anyone who had information that would help us, and I thought it was a great committee, and it worked well for us.
Okay,
Are
thank
there
you.
any follow-up questions on that question? Seeing none. Wendy?
What key performance indicators would you monitor for the management and leadership of the college?
Management and leadership. For the president? Or
Of the college?
so for the president,
Would you like me to read it again?
yeah.
What key performance indicators would you monitor for the management and leadership of the college?
Yeah, okay. I had one board member in Lansing that, and she was a fine board member, but what she would, all of the what you could call routine measures, she would say, well, we take that for granted, Brent. What we want to know are the extra things that you're doing. And I understood her point of view. I thought it was good to talk about the regular things for just a minute before we went to the extra credit matters. Well, it depends on the aspirations of the board in part. What are you looking for? And because you can look for and measure many things. What do you really want to be? Where I'd like to be is a leader college in Michigan and a leader college in the nation. That's where I'd like to be. And of course, that goes without saying that you've served your community well and your college well too. But I think there's some board choices in what you want to be. So when I was president in Pierce College in Tacoma, Washington, when I simultaneously with when I showed up to start work there, I asked them to run a climate survey. Now there's some, do you know what I mean about that? Okay. I asked them to run a climate survey of all the employees. There's some national models out there with some national norms, and I wanted to have a baseline. And then I wanted to measure it again after I'd been there a year or two, measure it again after I'd been there a couple years longer, and compare my performance, our performance. Did it get better? And how does it compare with national norms? I did the same thing in Lansing, although I didn't do the pre. I just started in on the instrument, and in Lansing we were always above average, and we always showed improvement. I think that's worthwhile. There's some other indicators of organizational health. And when I left Lansing, we had 1 or 2 grievances per year, typically from the faculty collective bargaining. We'd have 1 or 2 grievances a year. I was proud of that. If you had 20, let's just say you did, I think that tells you some other things. I think you want to see some evidence of that, like in student success, that your college is on the cutting edge of what might be done and how it might be measured. It's a good thing if you have a vice president who goes forth and becomes a president somewhere. That's a good thing. If from time to time, the turnover in management, you'd kind of want to know about that. You'd get a sense of how well your president is doing from any number of sources. You go to trustee meetings, you can compare and contrast. You want evidence that your college is performing as well or better than others. I think you want a good instrument of presidential performance. There are choices. Some instruments are not as good as others. I'd stop at that point.
Are there any other follow-up questions to that? Jeff, Trustee Swanson.
Hello. What are the most important characteristics that you're looking for when you walk around our campus, explore the campus, and how would you make those assessments?
I mean, the physical plant, kind of?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I've probably built and remodeled more square feet of commercial property than any college president in America. So I have an unusual take on all that. I'd probably be up on rooftops sooner than later. Machine rooms sooner than later. Just to get a sense of what's going on. I can't help myself in noticing dead trees. I just struggle with dead trees. Bothers me. I mean, if you see a dead tree, you get rid of it. And maybe plant a new one in the spring or in the fall. If you go in a machine room and it's not very clean, that's not a good sign. I had a guy in another college in another state that I really wondered about. But I really didn't, I never went in any of the rooftop units at the college, because if I had, I'd have figured out what was bothering me. Instead of fixing refrigerant gas leaks, he hauled a tank up there and just plugged it in. And so by poking around, you get a sense of what's happening with maintenance. I also like to watch people. I had a case in a college where there was manual work being done, and a supervisor type person was just standing there and could have been helpful. That bothered me. I mean, we're all here to work out. There's no work that's, bad work. Just if someone's struggling with something, get in there and help them. So anyway, I like things well maintained on a schedule, planned maintenance. I don't like to get behind. I don't like deferred maintenance. And if you see a problem, you fix it sooner than later.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any follow-up questions on that? Okay, let's discuss your fundraising experience and your accomplishments.
Okay. Well, I was Mott Fellow here.
Could you move the microphone closer to you?
I'm sorry. I was a Mott Fellow here, and I went to Chicago. And so I wrote my first proposal to the National Institutes of Health for optometric technology. And so I went down to the Illinois College of Optometry. I sat in the library for 2 weeks. I had legal pads, and I just read journals and wrote. I went back to the college. I wrote the whole thing. I wrote the course descriptions. I wrote the budget, and I didn't know any better. I submitted the whole thing, and the federal government funded it for like $500,000, which was a lot of money at the time. And so we started a new program in optometric technology as a consequence. My next project, I thought that the college had a dozen health careers. It was very robust in health careers. And so I thought I could write a proposal for continuing education for nursing and allied health for the greater Chicago. So I wrote the proposal, I submitted it to the Marshall Field Foundation, and I got back a form letter. So sad, no deal, okay? So I was determined I was gonna win that one. So I wrote a script for TV. I knew all the faculty in nursing and allied health. I recruited a nursing faculty member to do a tape for me. We went in the college television studio. She did a great job, had a videotape. This is when you had video players on carts. And so I asked the maintenance guys if they'd haul the cart downtown and take it to the Field Foundation office and drop it off. So they did. I hung my proposal on the screen. A couple days later, the CEO of the Field Foundation called me and he said, "Mr. Knight, we'll consider your proposal if you'll kindly come and pick up your TV player." I said, "Okay." And then he said, "And if you do a good proposal, I'll make sure that other foundations will be helpful to you as well." And with that, the Chicago Community Trust came in, and so we had enrolled 8,000 people in continuing education in nursing and allied health as a consequence. I'll skip to my my last job. So when Lansing Community College was built, the welding program was right in the middle of the campus. And they built at least, 50, 60, it was tall, what I'll call a vent or a big masonry chimney. It made no sense visually and architecturally at all. So my first day on the campus in 2008, I said to myself, I'm going to fix that no matter what. And so I had a great guy that worked with me in charge of buildings and grounds, and after trial and error, we put together a proposal for a clock tower that would use the same structural steel, but we'd quit the welding vent, which was no longer used because welding had moved to another campus, and we'd have a clock tower instead. So I needed about $300,000 to do that. I didn't think that I should use public money for something like that. So I had a rendering made. I made an appointment with a guy that I thought just might fund it. He said yes, he would. And you can see the clock tower at Lansing Community College today. And had I not done that, nothing would have happened. And then I wanted to do, I was getting close to retirement, and I wanted to do a great sculpture right in the middle of campus. So same thing, I didn't think I should use public money for that. So I had a rendering made, and I made a visit to an attorney's office. Same thing, sure, Brent. So that was that. So I've got, 40 some years of stories like those, and as you can sense, I enjoyed them immensely.
Thank you.
Are there any follow-ups? Thank you.
Yeah. Mr.
Yes.
Chair. You've said some of your accomplishments. You've wrote many proposals. I'd like to hear more about what you do to fundraise. How do you fundraise as far as maybe community?
Well, what I like to do is know the community, and I'm president, so I can ask people, and so I would have relationships where I would know just who in the community might have money for something we were trying to do. I really learned that when I was chairman of the board of the Frederick Meyer Gardens. I got to know Fred Meyer very well, and Fred would know everybody who had money and what they had done with it. I mean, he was an encyclopedia. And so I learned from that if I could come to know people with resources, they would know other people with resources. And that was key on knowing who to ask and for what. Because you don't want to ask somebody who's not interested in something, and nor do you want to ask for too much money or too little money. So learning all you can about who might contribute and to what is important, and that's not easily done. The donor world doesn't open the windows to you easily, so you have to find people who do know. I mean, there's a person I would go to Michigan State basketball games with, and he would say to me, you see that person right there? They just gave $1 million to this and that. And it wouldn't take much longer, and he'd say, you see that person? And okay, you can't beat that. So I regard that as key. And then, I mean, as opposed to cold calling, I've been asked to cold call. I don't like to cold call. I'd rather have knowledge of who I'm asking and why and how that might work. So that I'd be glad to talk further if you like.
That's good.
I
Thank
know
you.
we're on international TV here, so I don't want to.
That's good. Thank you.
Are there any follow-up questions? Okay. Sue, you've got the next one.
Yeah. Okay. In the current strategic plan, what elements did you find most conclusive to be improved performance? And did you identify other areas for improvement?
Okay. Well, I'm here to build on your successes, so I don't wish to be critical. Every community college has its unique opportunities that are a consequence of what the college can do and the community needs. And so it's a match for that. And I like to hit home runs. And so I like bigger things and then things that might be beyond what might be typical or easy, and to try to do that. So it's a matching of what can you do and what might be possible. And I don't have a good sense of that for Mott. I'd have to listen more, study more. They're out there. I mean, you have strengths and opportunities, to be sure. I like assets to be fully used. Today I stuck my head in your automation shop, your lab, and I said to myself, gee, I wonder what the utilization is. So I think, so I'll stop at that.
Okay.
Any follow-ups to that question? Sue?
Please give us an example of innovative technology that you have implemented in your current or prior position.
Well, in Lansing, I did a robotics and automation lab. When we did a major addition, I fundraised for it. When we put it in, I was told I was there with the guys that were installing it, and they said this is as good as any college or university in America. So I thought that was worthwhile. I mean, the Meyer West Campus the Lansing West Campus is adjacent to a huge Meyer, brand new Meyer, fully automated warehouse. I mean, this building's like, I went through it, it's like 6 stories tall, it's big, and it's fully automated. Everything in there, all the product is put in its place by a robot and pulled. And the carts are all automated too. I'm sure some of you guys have seen that kind of thing. And that's right adjacent to the Lansing Community College West Campus. So there's automation and robotics there everywhere. And just like you have General Motors here, and there's General Motors in Lansing, and they're just, all those are just loaded with robots and automation, and you'll only have more of it. And what can we do as community colleges to prepare technicians to do that? One of my other favorites along those lines was I did aviation maintenance. I started from scratch there, and so we had to build a facility and equip it and hire and promote. And as a matter of fact, I have that brochure with me today. I did everything I could to make that program a national leader, and I didn't know what national leader was, so we had to figure that out. I had a committee, a great group, had about 6 people, and we met probably every 10 days for months. And so I wrote a letter to every high school counselor within 20 miles. And I enclosed my brochure and described the program. And I had invested considerable college money in that facility. And had I not been successful, the board would have either fired me or reduced me to the size of a pea. And so I was on pins and needles to see if enrollment would work. It did. We were full. The program took off from there. We partnered with Delta Airlines, and we were on NBC Nightly News. I'm used to meetings with all the faculty, like in the fall, and then again in the spring. And I showed that clip of the NBC Nightly News, and the place burst into applause. I was surprised by that. So, I mean, that kind of thing really works well. All those students get jobs anywhere they want. I mean, last I knew it was like 60,000 a year. It may be up to 75 now. I don't know. So, also one of my other favorite memories of that program, because I was involved in every inch of it. I mean, I had the workbenches welded by our welding faculty, and I knew every detail in that whole facility. So when you're working with aircraft, you don't want to leave your tools on the aircraft. That is a bad thing. So you got to account for them all. So, I mean, I have, like you, I had a great machine shop, and so I knew what they could do. So we said to them, router a spot for each tool in a tool drawer that only that tool can go in. So that way you know if you left anything on the aircraft. So I was given a vice president of Delta Airlines a tour, and I took him over and showed him that, and his eyes just lit up. And because we were doing things that were cutting edge for that industry. Also, in aviation, the FAA does surprise visits. So you got to pass their tests too. I'd love to take you on a tour of that aviation maintenance program. I used it as a prototype for other technical careers to recruit students. And I designed it this way. So when Mom, Dad, and Junior show up to the aviation maintenance to think about enrolling there, they're going to enroll. I mean, you just walk in the door, you're going to enroll. And I can explain why that is, but that was a plan. And the technology that we had was state of the art throughout. We built it right in. If you were on the main floor, I'd show you where we built technology into our teaching and learning. And we had an adjacent lab. And I did everything I could for that program to be a national leader and to be successful, and it is.
Are there any follow-up questions to that? Seeing none. The next question, please describe your experience working in a unionized environment and what you have done to ensure successful working relationships.
Well, I'll never forget my first meeting in Lansing when I met with all the union heads. They said to me, everyone in HR must go. I'm what? Yes, everyone. Oh, jeez, what a great start. And they had, and they were running 30 grievances a year at that time. The faculty were, the union was suing the board for $7 million. So that's where they were when I started. And when we finished, I had, one or two grievances, and you want to administer the contract uniformly throughout the whole college. You want all the administrators to understand how to administer the contract. As president, you meet with the union leadership just as a routine, how you do business. I got one quick story. When I went to Pierce College in Tacoma, Washington, the previous president had left because of strife with the union. So I was coming in following that. And they did not have a negotiated agreement. They had work rules because they couldn't reach an agreement. So I went to a reception at a doctor's house, and they said, don't buy a house here. You won't be staying long. You see, the faculty union, you just can't get along with them. Okay. So anyway, so then I started there, and the faculty said to me, we want you to negotiate a contract with us. What? Yeah, you. And the board said, yeah, we want you to negotiate the contract. And I said, presidents don't negotiate contracts. They said, yeah, but we really want you to do this. So, okay, I was in Rome. I was going to go with the Romans. So I ended up negotiating the contract. It was successful. Got along with the faculty just fine. They weren't any particular kind of problem. So I've, with the exception of 1 year when I worked in Austin, Texas, I had, so I'll exclude that year, I had 28 years of working with organized labor, and it's pretty routine for me.
Are there any follow-ups to that question? Seeing none, we'll move to the next question. How would you address and measure student and public safety on our campus?
Yeah. Well, Flint has violent crime, as does Lansing. If you look up statistics, both Flint and Lansing have more violent crime than you'd like. And there was a murder on the Lansing campus before I got there. So they're both in urban settings where you need highly capable, visible police department with good leadership, because you're going to have dicey situations. I mean, you can have all these plans for policing. I won't forget, I was in my office one day, and all of a sudden there were cop cars in riot gear just exploding right outside my window. And just, there they were. Well, somebody mistook a guitar case for a gun, and there was never anything. But you're going to have situations on an ongoing basis. You're going to have, so you got to be prepared and planned. You got to have drills. So you got to staff, trained, prepared. It's important. as president, I would just need to feel comfortable that all that was happening.
Are there any follow-up questions to that? Seeing none. Thank you for submitting your resume and coming to be interviewed. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I do not.
Okay. What did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No.
No? Okay. Well, thank you, and we will be getting back with you.
Okay.
Board, I'd like to take a recess for the next 15 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 6:15. Jeff? Now that we've heard from the candidates, does the board wish to hear from the HR to give a background on all of the results of the candidates?
Yes.
Do you guys also wish to do that?
Yeah, I would like to know if they pass the background check. I don't need to know specifics, but it'd be nice to know.
Okay, Sue?
Yeah.
So we have a consensus that we will hear. HR, could you please give us a background? We don't need specifics, as Jeff said, but did they pass the background? And if it's more convenient for you to come so that everybody can see you here.
Well, that's up to you. I can say that we did the background checks, they were completed, and there were no concerns on any of the candidates, so that has been completed.
Okay. Is it the board's pleasure? Yes, John.
Mr. Chair, I move we accept HR's report as submitted.
There's a
Second.
motion and we
Second.
have a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote. Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Trustee Wendy.
Yes.
Trustee Swanson.
Yes.
Trustee Couch.
Yes.
And I vote yes. It passes unanimously. We have expected their report. Is it the board's pleasure now to discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the candidates? Saying then, is there a motion for any one particular candidate? Yes, Jeff?
No, Art.
Art?
I move we offer interim president position to Jason Wilson.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Yes, Art?
Yeah, I think the points that Jason made were very spot on. He has experience in higher education. He has experience with Mott Community College. We entrusted him enough to make him the acting interim president. We're looking at, a short-term interim presidency, and having continuity between where we were to where we're going, I think is very important. And I think Jason best fits that bill.
Thank you. Michael, you're next.
Yeah, basically, I guess I really appreciated the fact that his whole presentation was around the interim aspect of his work, in that he, understands it's a shorter term assignment. He really spoke about how it would make our lives, and he was the only one who recognized that his job would be to make our lives easier while we have the bigger work of finding that permanent person. So I really do appreciate that. His responses, I think, were really impeccable related to the campus. He was the only one that actually recognized that we have a strategic plan. We had one person talk about the strategic plan, but I think that she was actually talking about the campus or the facility plan. but no one else really brought up the fact that we have a strategic plan for the operations of the college, and that what our goals are as the entire college. No one had actually picked that up even throughout all their research and preparation. So, I think at this point in time, it really does make the most sense. And he is very well liked by faculty, staff, and others, and I think that would be make for a very smooth transition for us.
Are there any other comments? Attorney.
Let me just indicate that I think, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Reyes, that the motion would have to be contingent on successful negotiation with the candidate on a contract of employment.
Yes, that would obviously be the case.
So the motion should read now, and with your second, that Jason Wilson as the interim president, subject to negotiations of contract for employment. Yes, John?
And I understand that in any case that contract, whoever it was with, would have to come back to the board for approval.
Yes, that will probably be at our regular board meeting on July 15th, which is next Monday. Okay, any other questions? Roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, would you mind
Yes.
if I read the motion back one time?
Okay,
So Trustee Reyes moved to offer interim president position to Jason Wilson, subject to contract negotiations for employment. Trustee Freeman seconded the motion.
yes, okay. Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Daly.
No?
Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Trustee Wendy.
No.
Trustee Swanson.
No.
Trustee Couch.
No.
Trustee Overman, no. The motion failed for offering Jason the employment contract for interim president. Is there another candidate that you'd like to make a motion for at this time? Is there another candidate?
I make the motion for Shonda Richardson Snell.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I second.
And we have a second. Discussion.
I just like the business background she has and the answers that she give. It was real close between her and Jason as far as I was scoring myself. And I would like to make that motion for her.
You've made the motion and it's seconded.
Mm-hmm.
You had the first right to speak on it. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, one of my big concerns with her presentation is that she actually had to have a binder in front of her to actually, when they talked about the college and how it operates, that she actually was reading from a script for what was expected or what the college, what was needed. She doesn't have the experience working with higher ed. If you think that the only aspect of this college is financial, you've really misread the college and what's necessary. There are many, many different moving parts because she alleges that she has this financial acumen. Doesn't mean that she would know any other aspect of the college. And the things that she talked about in her presentation were these longer term things about the campus, capital improvements to the campus. She didn't even know that we had a strategic plan, and all she was talking about was like the campus plan. All right, so to me, it would be really embarrassing for us to choose someone above. We had two people who actually have experience running a college. Who have actually their PhD as well, and their background is education. Which is really important to know, like all the moving parts of the college. I don't think this will look very good for us. or for, if she's brought on board, I think it would be a big mistake at this point, because this is not her field. This is like, you need brain surgery and you've gone to a podiatrist. So this is really, it's really insulting to people who have worked so long in their professional career, and this is just for an interim placement. So I don't think that the college will react very positively to this decision.
Are there any other comments? Seeing no other comments, roll call vote.
I thought Jeff, he had his hand on the button. Yeah, I have to agree with a lot of what Michael was saying. She was very thorough in her answers, but she doesn't know this stuff. She researched it and wrote down notes from what other people, what the experts in this field say about these particular things. Her financial background, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I didn't like the fact that, Delphi was an extremely messy and misrun company. And having Delphi as being part of the finance team at Delphi is not a feather in anyone's cap, in my opinion. And I dealt with Delphi corporate as a local union president, so I know firsthand exactly what we were dealing with with the Delphi Corporation and the people who were working in those fields. Again, I think that we're making a mistake if we are hiring individuals who have no experience in higher education. We are trustees at Mott Community College. We are not looking for a principal financial planner. We are not looking for, we're not a corporation who's looking for a treasurer or a CFO. We are a community college who is looking for an interim president who can see us through the transition from where we were to where we're going. And I do not believe that she is the best person for that job.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, Jeff.
I understand your concerns. The book bothered me also. And it was great when John asked the question of what it was. Personally, I think this choice was between two people that I believe were the top in the interviews. We voted down Jason. What do you do? Are we going to go on without a interim, or keep Jason? I don't know, but to me, this was the alternative, and they were both very close as far as I was concerned. I know that she doesn't have the experience running a college. I believe the college should be run a little bit more like a business and that's my own opinion.
Any other comments? Since I wasn't looking, I don't know which one of you was first. Okay, Michael.
I guess that's the same logic to me as people who say hospitals have to be run by like a business. It's not. This is not a business. It's a public institution of higher learning. So this is where I do have really the big issue with that someone who has no experience. And in her own words, she said it would take her 90 days basically to figure out the lay of the land. She would be learning as she went for an assignment that could be potentially just 6 months, ideally. So she'll be of no assistance to us in the search for the new person because she doesn't know. I guess I'm really confused right now as to why, or what is it that you felt from her interview, beside you like her financial skills, but what beside that qualifies her? She, at least we had 3 other PhDs, I believe, and she was the only one without the PhD. And she's gone to school. She's never run a school. So doesn't know the moving parts, doesn't know about her strategic plan. She was, with her big binder, she was still under-researched. So I think that this kind of reeks of politics to a lot of people who have been calling me about, they've done background searches on her. They've said that this is a political issue. Her background. So basically, I don't know. It's just like, I feel like you've got blinders on. And I don't think this is going to go over very well with the campus. And we should be doing what's best for the campus.
Mr. Reyes, you had your, are there any other comments, questions, statements? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Mr. Freeman? Sue,
Oh, I'm
just a
sorry.
second. Let me get
No,
my
I-
info back in.
So Trustee Swanson, you initially motioned to offer the position of interim president to Shonda Richardson Snell. Would you like that to,
Subject to negotiations of contract for employment.
it'd be similar to that? And I believe it was Trustee Couch who seconded the motion? Or was it Trustee Wilcott? Okay.
Okay. Roll call vote. Trustee Freeman.
No.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Reyes.
No.
Trustee Walcott.
Yes.
Trustee Swanson.
Yes.
Trustee Couch.
Yes.
Trustee Everman is yes. We are going to offer a contract to Snell, subject to negotiations of contract for employment. I'm going to put us at recess for the next couple of minutes to confer with attorney in case there's something else we need to do at this time. Okay, we're reconvened. The next item that we must discuss is the salary range.
They left. You recessed and they left, so.
I'm sorry?
Michael and Art just took a recess, so.
Okay. So we will stay in recess until 6:35, and then we will reconvene. And at that time, we will hear from HR about salary ranges. I'm reconvening the meeting now, and without objection, I would like to have HR come up and give us a explanation on salary ranges. Thank you. And,
Is this somebody's watch?
oh, that would have been from the last candidate.
Okay. So in review of the other presidents at the other 28 community colleges within Michigan, and taking into consideration previous conversations that we had, or that the board had had, related to the top end and the low end, it's Human Resources recommendation that the salary range falls somewhere between $225,000 and $250,000. That would leave room, should the interim be hired for the regular president position, if they should apply for that, to get an increase at that point. There were some, I'm sorry? Oh, okay, sorry. So that is Human Resources recommendation.
Between 225 and 250. What is the desire of the board? Is that in where you guys believe it should be? Do you have any?
I believe that.
John, you put your microphone on because I couldn't hear you.
I believe that that's informational in terms of what the board's recommending to the board.
To the board.
And I think the committee would use that as guidance for direction in developing an employment agreement.
Okay. Is everybody else in agreement with that? Okay. Now, I'm going to ask the attorney to help us here. Could you help explain how contract negotiations should work at this point and then with the ad hoc committee?
Well, there's a lot of things to discuss with respect to an employment contract. Again, this is a unique situation because it's only an interim position, so it will have, or in a traditional contract with a position of this magnitude, you would have provisions for discharge with cause, provisions for discharge without cause. This primarily should be a position of at will, meaning that the board would have full authority at any time to remove this person, and especially upon hiring of a permanent president. You don't have the luxury of having, getting into long employment disputes with a person if your desire was to move on from this person, because it's hopefully going to be a short-term position, maybe 6 months or so. So my thought is that there was a contract that the administration had shared with us, which did provide for an at-will arrangement. There's a few tweaks that I would like to make to that, which I can present to the ad hoc committee for consideration, and then for obviously there's some negotiation with the candidate as well that has to take place. They may have considerations. One of the considerations, at least with respect to this candidate too, is that I believe she resides in West Bloomfield, if I'm not accurate. And so, you know, is she going to be living on campus? Will that house be available to her? What things such as car allowances and the like, what will take place in that regard? So, I mean, these are all things that somebody's going to have to talk to her about, and I can talk to her about those things, and then present that information to the ad hoc committee after I've talked to her about those things.
So, John.
Just out of curiosity, since this is a term that's envisioned at being 6 months, you know, this, and I want to be sure I understand this correctly, that this is really a contractual matter, we're not bringing this person in as a full-time employee of the college.
It's my understanding they will be an employee of the college, subject and have available to them the benefits that any employee would have, but it would be a specific contract, which means at will, meaning that it could end at any time the board chooses or upon the first day of your permanent president starting. So let's say you go through the process of an interim, of hiring your president, you pick January 1 as the date, that person then knows on December 31st is their last day. If problems arise with the person and a motion is brought in a meeting and somebody says, and the board agrees, we need to move on from this person, that could happen as well. That would be part of the contract agreement entered into with this person.
So.
I mean, why would we go down with this, again, if someone's going to be here for 6 months, why would we go down the full-time employee route? I mean, for one thing, you lay yourself open. It's more complicated path than just a simple contract.
It really is not.
No?
No. I mean, the only significant difference is with respect to the benefits that are available to them and the like. But it's also an issue of control. From a legal standpoint, independent contractors have a lot greater control over what they do, whereas employees are subject to more control by their employers. And I think you would want the latter.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm not just to walk in, have a board meeting and fire somebody, that we should have at least a month, that if they determine they're leaving or we determine they're leaving. Is that the way we're talking about this?
I'm talking about giving you the flexibility. I mean, it would depend upon why you would want to discharge a person. Let's say they were drunk, crossed the center line and killed somebody. Would you want to keep that person on for another month? Let's say this person was involved in a romantic relationship with a student. Would you want to keep that person on for another month? Let's say the person was caught stealing from the coffers. Would you want to keep that person on for another month, or would you want the flexibility to fire them immediately at that board meeting? I mean, that's up to you. It's up to the board to decide eventually. What I think is best for the board is to give you the best flexibility that you would have available to you to react. Again, this is hopefully just a very short-term, 6 months or so type of a position. But again, something could happen. If you put too many controls in there, it could get to the point where you may be burdened with somebody where you find out, I don't want to be burdened with this person for this long of a period of time. So again, it could be subject to negotiation. The candidate may say they want certain controls. They may not be willing to sign an at-will contract of employment. So that's something that we would have to discuss as a board, and you guys would have to decide as a board as well, whether you would want to accept any conditions they would put on this. But, all right.
Trustee Swanson.
My feeling is that they need to be at will. That's legal to do, correct?
Yes.
Wait. There was a ruling by the IRS, I believe it was March of this 2024. Are we okay with what that, I brought that in, and I also sent it to you, a copy of that.
The IRS, you're okay having that will agreement with the IRS.
Okay.
That is an acceptable employment
Okay,
agreement.
but it's the contract that we, as a contract employee, we can't do because they have too much oversight.
Well, with a contract employee, they can dictate
Yes.
what their hours are, can't they?
Yes, that was what the IRS
Yeah.
said.
That's why you want them to be a school employee.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
and that's where the IRS comes in, is they have specific guidelines or a rubric of what constitutes a contractor versus an employee.
The Wall Street Journal article that I read supporting that decision was simply that there was a feeling in the IRS that, not at will, but contract, the quote, the vehicle of a contract was being used inappropriately and for people that were actually full-time employees, and it was a way to either reduce or shift payments into another area, and they were just putting a stop to it for that reason.
Okay.
I think our attorney's recommendation is a valid one.
So, as the attorney enters negotiations with the candidate, I am wondering if we would like to use the model of the contract with Dr. Beverly, with the changes that he's been counseling us that need to be corrected in that document. That way, the same type of benefit package that Dr. Beverly had would be for the interim.
Just so you know, the contract with Dr. Beverly was not an at-will contract.
Okay.
That was a for-cause contract. So if you want to go at-will, you do not want to use that as your template.
But the benefits that she received,
That's up to you. The benefits are different than the.
no, I want to make sure
Mr.
so
Chair.
there's no difference. I believe Jeff had me first. Okay.
Yeah, I
John.
would suggest that what we do is the next step is a meeting with the committee with the selected candidate. We hear what their requirements are and ours, then, and our attorney's present for that. And then our attorney drafts up a proposed employment agreement that would go to the candidate first for signature, and assuming that the candidate approves it, then it would come to the board for approval.
Okay. Jeff?
I agree with John
Okay.
on that we should meet with the candidate and discuss, and then let Bill draw up the paperwork.
Should we remember, when the committee meets, it is a public meeting. So prior to that, would you like to have the board attorney reach out to them and find out? Because if the candidate comes back with something that we could never agree to, then we don't have to go any further.
I don't understand the question. I don't understand what you're proposing.
What I'm proposing is we have human resources as well as Bill contact the candidate to go over what their perception is of what is required in that contract and what they want. Because otherwise, we get into a meeting, an ad hoc committee, and we're going to be discussing it for a lengthy time potentially, back and forth, having to go with the candidate. The candidate may wish to have their attorney look at it. This gives an opportunity for human resources and the attorney to find out the details that we will need so that we can get this done in a timely fashion.
I'm just of the mind that right now both parties have stated an interest in each other, and that we now move forward into fleshing out what that means, what that relationship will be. And if we want to get some broad judgment or some broad guidance that we can consider, then that's always available. But I think that we should rely on our attorney to determine the prudent path of negotiation for us. You know, whether I would just simply, I don't want to tie his hands or the ad hoc committee's hands, because the board will be the final determiner of what goes on. So give our attorney as much flexibility, let him contact the parties that he thinks are appropriate, and he can work out at least an idea of a draft agreement as a starting point.
Okay, so as I'm hearing it right now, the last two sentences you stated was giving the attorney broad, you're going to have to help me, it was what you were saying.
Flexibility.
Broad flexibility to, make sure you get this, Jordan. Help me.
Is this going to be a motion?
Yes, that's why we're trying to feather this out now. with
Well,
what
he
John had
didn't
said,
state
because
anything about it being a motion. I thought he was just discussing it.
We were,
Okay,
but right, as it's going to be
I move
reduced to a
that
motion.
our attorney meet with parties involved in this transaction with the goal of developing a draft employment agreement.
Very good. Jordan, were you able to get all that?
So Trustee Daly moved that, would you like to say to our board attorney?
Ira Borney,
Our attorney,
Okay.
okay, that's fine, yes.
Okay.
Bill Brickley.
Move that our board attorney with parties in this transaction with the goal of drafting a contract negotiation.
With appropriate parties. Okay, that's just me.
So you move that our board attorney with appropriate parties in this transaction with the goal of drafting a contract.
And I want he's meeting with them for information. He's drafting the contract. Bill, are you comfortable with that? Or can you wordsmith it a little bit?
No, I'm fine. I know what you
Okay.
mean.
And I need a second for that.
Need a second.
Second.
Okay.
We have a second. Do we have further discussion about the motion? Before we do a roll call vote, let's make sure we read it back. Jordan, please.
So Trustee Daly motioned that our board attorney with appropriate parties in this transaction with the goal of the board attorney drafting a contract.
Yes, okay.
And Trustee Wolcott seconded the motion.
Roll call vote. Well, discussion. Since you made the motion, do you have any further discussion?
No.
Okay, any other further discussion?
No.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Wendy.
Yes.
Trustee Swanson.
Yes.
Trustee Sue.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay, it was unanimous, that passed. Just to make sure we've got everything covered we need at this time, I'm referring back to the board attorney. Bill?
I believe you've covered everything on the agenda that was set forth tonight.
Okay. The only other thing is, we will be having an ad hoc committee meeting, provided, I'm going to call the meeting for Monday, prior to our regular board meeting for the ad hoc. So, we have it within the 72-hour time frame. That meeting, because the next regular board meeting will take place in the same building, same location. And we'll figure out where it's going to be in this building for the ad hoc committee meeting. Is that good with you, Jeff? Because you're on the committee, and it's good with you?
Yep.
Okay. So, does that take care of everything?
I believe so.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just note for the anticipation of the ad hoc committee for Monday, there are numerous events taking place on the campus that could limit the location for that meeting taking place. So I just wanted to note that.
Well, my perception is we could have it in here, or we could have it down the hall at, I think it's 1301.
1301 is occupied.
Okay. Is there anybody in here prior to us having the board meeting?
No, there is not.
Let Jordan sort it out. Just find us a place.
Well, since he needs to make a notice,
I know.
and now we can notice it, so it's out within the 72 hours. It's just the time we're going to have to figure it out. So, okay. All right. It's not on our agenda, but we usually have trustee comments at the end of a meeting. Does anyone wish to make a comment?
I think everybody, I know there will be a discussion on this both inside and outside. I would stress this is a temporary position. And I heard a lot of cogent discussion both ways. And Jeff, I think you summed it up really correctly. It was very, very close. And there was a decision that had to be made, and the board made it, and we moved forward from there, and then let's get on with the search for the president.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? My only comment is that I was happy that we were able to get everything done. We were able to hear everyone, the candidates, and the 25. Thank them very much for having applied. This meeting is adjourned at 6:56.